What is it? The fuck up, chat. How's it going? Oh. I forgot I closed that. How's it going, everyone? More pulls for Repressa yet. She's really good if you get to group enemies together. Don't worry, I needed 60 pulls before getting her. How rude. How rude. You want to know something? You want to know something? It's been more than 60 pulls because I did some off-stream pulling. You know, I got a little ass mad. I got a little angry. You know what I did? I bought some more pulls with my gold certs. Wasn't a smart decision. I got a fucking blue bag. I got blue balled by a blue bag. What does it even matter? So it's now up to 70. You know, I think it's like 73 now. And the thing is that I am thinking of I'm trying to actually fucking get more pulls. Because I have some Google Play credit I can spend. The thing is that for some reason, it won't choose the right Google Play account unless I uninstall and reinstall Arknights. So now I have to do that right now because I didn't think about this beforehand. I didn't know this would be a problem. So now I have to reinstall Arknights on my phone with like the right account set up so I can do it. It's and then hopefully then I can waste more money. I mean, it's money that's basically already spent, so it doesn't even really matter. But it sucks, because I really want Repressa. And she seems really fucking fun, but I don't get her. I don't get her. Just fuck me, I guess. It's so over, chat. It's over. Okay, before we do... But yes, welcome. Today we're doing another edition of Slopper Gem. Everyone's favorite show. It's the only way people will watch my streams. Okay, so... before we do that though, before we get into this, I think we need to change our tier list. Because after using Bologna, I kind of don't like him. He is an operator that has a cool kit conceptually, but his only real skill is his S1, and that's just a crit skill. Everything else is too slop for me. I think I'm gonna put him at 0. I think I'm gonna put him at 0. He just suffers from a lot of... He has a bunch of... He's very similar to Orchid, actually, where he has a bunch of cool ideas. But he just kind of fucks all of them up by just doing too much damage. And so it's just like, it's over. Who's the deer person next to Bologna? Oh, that's Botani. She's the spoiler alert. She's the upcoming corrosion ritualist. She's the upcoming corrosion ritualist. So once Arknights gets reinstalled, and I still have to like re-download all this shit, we can do some more fucking polls, but it's not even gonna fucking work. Critical question, did you have the Total Annihilation soundtrack playing in the background a couple streams ago? I have no idea. I go on the Monster Siren website, I click shuffle. I don't know, why isn't the song name showing up? I literally like made that a whole like thing and it's not working. Oh, now it's showing. Oh, it's Boiling Blood. I fucking love this song. Okay, I don't love it. I've recently started to listen to it, and I'm like, no, this is pretty good. This is some good shit. Some good shit. I'm new here to read the tier list. Isn't slop means simple yet broken rather than fun to play? The tier list isn't really a tier list. This isn't like an actual tier list. It's... You'll see when I do my ratings. But my ratings are numerical, where I will give operators a score from like 1 to 0, whereas -1 to 1. I gotta re-download all of this. I gotta re-download shit, chat. It's over. I'm not downloading. I'm just gonna download the EN voice pack. I'll worry about the rest later. I'm not fucking worrying about that. But each character or each like skill and talent will get a rating from like -1 to 1. It just depends on what I like about that, and then we tally it up, and that's like the total score of the operator. So, I actually, for our first operator today, I kind of want to do someone who, this might be a weirdly hot take. And I don't know if this is because my expectations have been destroyed. That everything's just over, there's nothing good about anything anymore. I don't know if it's because shit has actually just gotten worse, but Wishadel isn't actually that bad. Wishadel isn't that bad. And I know this is gonna sound fucking crazy, but I wouldn't be surprised. I think Wishadel might have a positive score, if not 0. I don't think she will be in the negatives. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling Wishadel might actually have a positive score. And I... which kind of sounds a little fucking insane, but let's get into it. So we're going to start with Wishadel. You guys can... actually, should we... I already ranked Repressed and Baloney. So we'll start with Wishadel, and you guys can act about however you want. I don't think she's a roach gem. Also, that got censored by YouTube chat. I have to go to live chat. W is cooler, yeah. I think W is like a +3. If I remember, but... weirdly enough, Wishadel isn't that bad. Also, my camera is... kind of weird. Poof, you're being held hostage. No, this is my genuine opinion. Wishadel isn't that bad. Okay. So, Wishadel's talent. Attacks have 115% attack against the main target and attach an after image to it. After images have a 15% chance to explode when affected by Wishadel's aftershock, dealing a 160% of attacks physical damage, showing no setting for 1 second. I really like this talent. I think this is a really cool talent, because not only does the stun kind of play into original W's identity quite well, but Wishadel being a flinger also plays into the original W's identity quite well, as they're both physical damage dealing AoE stunners. And so there is that cohesion in alter identity that does, you know, tie her to the original W, and I think it's kind of cool. And another thing that I really like is that when... okay, I think... so what I really like about this is that the crit... it's effectively a crit, but the crit relies on the aftershocks, not the hit itself. So it leans into kind of what, you know, flingers want to be doing with their, like, aftershocks. And we'll get into why there's, like, extra synergy with their skills later. But I think it's a really cool application of having a crit, but on a flinger, where it's not a crit on the skill itself, or on the attack itself, it's a crit on the aftershocks. And I think that's really, really cool. So, I'll give her first down a +1. It's a really, really cool... I mean, I think you could criticize this attacks have 115% attack against the main target. That's kind of cringe. That doesn't need to be there. But that's not super, you know, absurd. That doesn't ruin her, I would say. But, yeah, I think +1 overall. Second talent is a very easy -1, if not -2. I think I'll just stick to -1 for now. Her second talent is fucking dog shit. And I'm not saying that because it's weak, I'm saying because it's too fucking stupid. Her second talent only exists to make it harder for her to die. And I think that is just so unbelievably lame. You deploy her, she gets these Revenant Shadows that give her camouflage and tank for her. So it just lets you deploy her in much more reckless positions and not getting punished for them. This is so dumb. It has nothing to... it should not be on this. Like... Her kit would be more enjoyable if this was removed. This is only here because it lets users... it lets people using her give less of a shit about positioning, and I really don't appreciate that. Also, the Revenant Shadows do arts damage and slow, and it's just... this only exists to make her less punishing to use, not more interesting, so big -1. Okay, so first, her S1 is pretty cool. It's just a crit, but it makes her do some extra aftershocks that also do some stun, because hey, look at that, we're tying that back to original W. And so what I do kind of like about this, you can definitely criticize the numbers. That's kind of stupid, but I do like the goal is that it is a crit that just gives her extra aftershocks, and those aftershocks mainly exist to synergize with her talent, increasing the chance that she's going to have that kind of explosion crit, which I think is kind of cool. And so, as much as I will criticize the damage numbers, I don't think the numbers necessarily take away from actually using her, because I've used her S1 and her S2 a lot. Not a lot, but a good amount of times, where it does still feel pretty fine. It doesn't feel too overwhelming. to where her S1 synergizes with her talent. It feels really interesting. She has that sort of stun crowd control sort of aspect to it. And the idea of having a crit that just gives extra aftershocks, I think that's really smart for a flinger, because it gives her extra damage in environments where she's already doing a lot of damage to begin with, rather than giving her like a high damage modifier purely for the sake of overcoming defense. So I think that this is a really cool way of actually giving a flinger a crit that doesn't give them the ability to overcome defense, which I know is really funny because when we talk about her S3, but I think that her S1 is a really good way of doing a crit skill on a flinger. So I'll give this a +1. Her S2, her S2 is so fucking fun. Her S2 is really, really fun. It's AoE overlap slop, and I fucking love it. I mean, I talked about Repressa a lot. I talk about like Lava the Purgatory a lot. Overlapping AoE is always really, really fun, and Wishidel's S2 just kind of does that. So she gains a bit of extra attack. She attacks faster and attacks 3 enemies at once. So the whole idea is that she's attacking a bunch, and so when you're attacking enemies that are close to each other, the shockwaves are going to overlap with each other, sort of increasing the damage output that way, which is why her attack modifier isn't really that high. And additionally, when you do have those overlapped splash areas, that once again synergizes with her talent, because her talent procs on the aftershocks, not on the initial damage. So you're rewarded even further by making sure that you're using her against crowds or against multiple targets that are really close to each other. And so I think that this is a really, really cool way to lean into her first talent. It's really, really fun when you do actually get it working, if you can get her against like 2 semi-beefy targets and you can just kind of, you know, demolish that kind of thing. Again, you could criticize the cycle. This is a little silly. You know, and you also have the overload, which is all right. It's nothing too crazy. You know, it's fine. It's just extra damage. So I'll give this a +1. And then her S3. Wishidel's S3 is absolute fucking dog shit. I don't think you can defend this skill. Like, genuinely. I think that this skill is just genuinely terrible. I don't know how you can defend it unless you're like a supreme meta-oid who doesn't think that anything matters except damage output. Because the skill is fucking dog shit. So you activate the skill, and she gets 2 free Revenant Shadows. So if the Revenant Shadow that you previously deployed that came with her somehow died, you get 2 anyways. You know, so you get to retain that camo even if it somehow goes underneath. You still have something that can tank for Wishidel even if it goes underneath. It's really, really stupid. You just get free protection for doing fucking nothing. And then, yeah, her attack interval reduces, but this is the problem. This is the problem. She has both an absurd attack modifier and an absurd damage modifier. And you combine both of those and you have complete, utter garbage. And the main reason why is because this skill is entirely focused. Brain dead operators, the ones I now call slopprators. Thank you for the content. Oh, thanks for the dono, man. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad slopperator has no. I'm glad you're saying slopperator. People need to say slopperator more, because we need to make the community more critical of the slop they consume. But yeah, the main problem is that it is this. Why does it always go twice? Yeah, if you guys give me a dono, if you guys give me a super chat, it's guaranteed to say it twice. For some fucking reason. I'm gonna check on my installation. We're at 54%. The main problem with this is that it is an instance damage focused skill. And the reason why is because the reason why her S3 is a subclass break has nothing to do with the fact it can hit her. Well, it's kind of to do with the fact that it can hit her, but it's less the fact that she hits air and more the fact that this is an instance damage based skill. Because when you give her an instance damage based skill, now all of a sudden You know, she's doing 6,000 instance damage. Now her shockwaves are doing 3,000 instance damage. Normally, flingers are balanced because their shockwaves do so little damage that it doesn't really overcome defense that well. They're, they are affected by defense 3 times as much as other operators. And so it makes them quite weak against higher defense targets and better against lower defense targets. But when you're doing 6,000 instance damage, and then all of the shockwaves are doing 3,000 instance damage, everything just demolished. Everything's dead. The reason why it's a subclass break is because it completely breaks the balance of why flingers don't do instance damage. The reason why this skill is so broken is because you took a class that's meant to be about AoE, and you put instance damage onto it. That's why this skill is fucked and demolished. It's stupid. And yes, it also hits aerial. Because that's more there for ease of use, because, you know, we don't want our players to be punished, now do we? So, yeah, plus, you know, 100% chance to trigger, because it's not, like, because this is fucking lame, because you actually had to work for the extra triggers with her S1 and her S2. But with her S3, you just get it regardless. Absolute fucking slop. Just complete slop. I think this deserves a -2. This skill deserves a -2 because it goes against everything that flingers stand it for. It's so unbelievably garbage. This is not a skill that should exist on a flinger, like, at all. And again, I just hate the fact that it just comes with extra protection to just make her less punishing to misuse. Her talent guaranteed to trigger to make her less punishing to misuse. It's such a slop, boring skill that I can't really say anything about it. So this gets a -2, this gets a +1, this gets a +1, this gets a -1, this gets a +1. So I think Wishadel is a 0. I think overall Wishadel does get a 0. Which, yeah. Which I know kind of sounds crazy, but yeah. What if the skill punished you by becoming a single target of its terror? Well, then why is she a flinger? If she isn't, if it doesn't have AoE, then why is she a flinger? You know? It's like, and plus it won't even work with her talent because her talent requires the shockwaves. Like, you physically can't have an instance damage based skill on a flinger. You just physically can't. It's so dumb. But what I do find interesting about Wishadel is that you can play her and have a good time with her, as long as you just don't use her S3. And if the moment you deploy her, you immediately retreat her Revenant Shadow. If you do that, you can just have fun playing with Wishadel. And I've had fun playing with Wishadel. Like, in my Auk video, I literally have footage of me using Spuria on Wishadel. Because, fun fact, Wishadel's actually a really good Spuria buff target. And I was using, like, her S1. And I'm like, hey, this is kind of fun. You know, it was like, this is interesting. I deployed Wishadel, immediately retreated a Revenant Shadow, and I just enjoyed a pretty fine flinger. Like, legitimately, if her S2 and her S3 didn't exist... If her S2 and her S3 didn't exist, I would think she would be the best designed flinger. And I know that sounds fucking crazy, because I love Grey Altar. But if her S3 actually leaned into her kit's identity, and her S2 was fucking... or her second talent was anything else. Have you previously rated a Frisia? Let me know your thoughts. Thanks for the dono again. I did... Did I? I have Repressa, not a Frisia. We can do a Frisia. We can do a Frisia. Her S2 is fun in IS, though. No, I agree. Her S2 and her S1 are very fun. Bloop score is going to be a YouTube video, right? Not just a stream. I don't think it will be. Although, I do want to make these, like, YouTube shorts. I just need the motivation to, like, go through and do it. If you guys want to help me out, and you guys want to help me, like, expand the reach of my channel, send me clips of individual operator rating segments, and I will cut those down and turn them into YouTube shorts. Because I'm just lazy, and I don't want to do it myself. We can do a Frisia, because I'm being bribed. Because I'm very mixed on a Frisia. What? This is her gallery. Okay, that... What? No, wait, no it isn't. What? Wait, what? What happened to the wiki page? What the fuck? I do have a Discord community server. I do have a Discord server. It's private. But literally my Discord, my Discord is in my channel about page. You can just DM me. As long as like I know who you are, I'll respond. You can just DM me on Discord, I don't care. Oh, also Spats, thank you. Great Ock video on YouTube, by the way. Thank you. I'm not like amazingly proud of it, but I am glad people are connecting with it. No, what the fuck? What is this? What happened? She has breached her containment. What the fuck happened? All right. Okay. So I am kind of mixed on Afresia. I am not a huge fan of her, but I also don't think too negatively of her. I'm just gonna put her there for now, just so we know who we're talking about. Because I'm really mixed on Afresia. I have a feeling she's just gonna be a straight 0. Why did you private the community server? Because I couldn't handle having a large server. I just couldn't handle having a large like community server. It was getting very big very quickly, and no one was gonna moderate it. Additionally, a lot of fucking like weirdos are joining, and it's like I want to make sure that like my community is I can support the things that like the community that I'm creating, you know, stands for. And it's like there are some people coming in being weirdos, and I'm just like, I don't really want to deal with this. I want to create my own space where I can feel comfortable in my own space. I don't want to have to deal with weirdos being very weird and, you know, doing that kind of stuff. So I'm just like, I'd feel more comfortable just privating it, so I don't have to deal with your average gacha player. It's not even that like I can't deal with them, it's just I just want a space where I don't have to, where I can just kind of deal my own thing. But so far in streams and comments, I see good people, no gooner weirdos. I just think you're good now. No, the thing is that when it was public for a time, there were gooners and weirdos in the server, and I'm just like, all right, I can't, I'm not doing this. You know what I mean? So it's like, I've thought about reopening it, but I think in order for me to reopen it, I need like moderators. Because I'm a pushover, I'm a fucking pussy. And so when I'm in like a server and someone's being weird, I don't have the balls to tell them to shut up. So that's like my own problem. Okay, let's talk about Afresia. Let's talk about Afresia. What about Callus? Callus doesn't even moderate my stream chats. He's not even here right now. Okay, so let's talk about Afresia. Can deploy a repeater for 25 seconds, which changes direction for attacks and increases their range by 2. Attack plus 25% while the repeater is deployed. Okay, so conceptually, I think this is going to be pretty fun to use. However, I do think that this is a little silly, as weird as it sounds. Because on the one side, I can 100% imagine, you know, you deploy these repeaters, and you're doing these crazy attacks, hitting a bunch of stuff. It really, you know, requires some kind of interesting, like, planning, some positioning. You got to make sure the stages actually have the deployable tiles to work with. Like, I think that there's a bunch of cool shit you could do with Afresia's, like, repeaters. You know, it's as an extension of her range. However, part of what I kind of worry about the repeaters is that they can minimize a lot of the positioning aspect to a lot of the... It can take away a lot of the positioning aspect of blastcasters, because I think part of what makes blastcasters really interesting is the fact that they do require specific like maps to work with. They do require specific setups. They're not just something you can use on every stage. And so I do appreciate the positioning aspect as a form of skill expression with blastcasters. And I do worry that the repeater will negate that in a way of just like, you can deploy Afresia on like let's say like the lane is right here, right? And you deploy Afresia right here facing down, and you use her repeater to fire that way. And it's like that, I think that will take away from a lot of the positioning aspect from it. And I'm just like, I can't really see that being very interesting. Plus, I don't like how you just get free attack for having it deployed. Like, why? Why? Like, isn't the incentive to deploy the repeater the fact that it changes her direction? Why are you giving me an attack boost? You know what I mean? It's just like that's completely unnecessary. But it's like, I do really like this conceptually. I think this is a really cool idea, and I think it can be very fun. but I do worry that people will use it in a way that kind of ruins what I think is the most interesting aspect of Blastcasters. I'm very neutral on this. It's like, this is a cool idea. I can see it being very fun. However, I don't really like what it could potentially do. But I will say that, yes, it is temporary. It's not, you know, it's temporary. It's temporary, but, you know, I think it's quite interesting. I'll give this a 0 because it's something I like and something I don't like. Okay, I have the game on my phone. Can I waste my money that Yostar gave me? It's like, Yostar gave me money, I'm just gonna give it back to him. Okay, I can. Okay. Okay. God damn it. God damn it. It's okay, I stopped being a free-to-play like a few years ago. Because also, I haven't ever spent any of my own money on Arknights. I've only spent money that Yostar's given me. Which I do think is kind of funny. I will grab the monthly pack, though. I do need. That is actually good value. Wait, you didn't get Repressa? No, of course not. You know what the stream is called on Twitch? It's called, like, I'll get Repressa maybe, or something like that. Okay. So, her second talent is also like, wow, this could be pretty cool. Fuck. Why? Okay, so operators and attack range ignore 13 res. And I'm like, okay, that's really cool. That's like a chord. It's like a chord where you're encouraged to deploy her in, like, to deploy operators in her range. And it encourages you to deploy her in the way that you should be deploying Blastcasters with behind your operators, with operators in their range. Like, oh, it's like a chord. It's like a chord. Ah, it includes herself. Fuck. Like, there's cool synergy that this could allow for, but it includes herself. And so it's like, so she ignores 13 res. And it's just like, okay, this is a Neural the Radiant Knight, this is a Surtur, this is a Chen the Dawnstreak situation of, I have a damage type, and also I ignore the thing that I ignore part of the resistance to it. And it's just like, fuck. Like, I get it. Ifrit meta, ha ha ha, I don't give a shit. I really don't. I don't care if a Frisia can ignore res as good as Ifrit. That's not what I want. I want an interesting and fun operator. And so I think this is dumb. I think this is really dumb. So it's just, like, this is here because of Ifrit, and I think that sucks. If it didn't count her and it only counted other operators, I think this could be really cool. I think this could be really cool because it opens up some cool synergies. It rewards you for using her correctly. I think that could be really cool. I'm going to give it a 0 because, once again, there's an aspect of it that I like and an aspect of it that I dislike. So far, she is a 0. -1. Would any of you like to defend this skill? Would any of you like to defend this skill? Because I will give you multiple different points as to why I'm giving this a -1. First off, 35-second charge. 35-second. What happened to unlimited duration skills? Like, what happened to unlimited duration skills? This is 35 seconds. What is this particular ranking? Chat suggestions? Yeah, you guys can say whatever you want. If you pay me money, I will be guaranteed to say what you're talking about. 35 seconds. What the fuck? On top of 165% increased attack and the reader duration becomes infinite. What is this AFK slop, dude? What is this? This is so unbelievably slop. Okay, I don't know why the alerts are going up again. I don't know why it just... Streamlabs just is broken, I guess. I don't know. This is complete and utter AFK slop. This is awful. This is terrible. -1. This is just terrible. Okay. Okay. S2. Fires an infinitely long beam in a straight line, dealing 150% of her attack as arch damage every half second. The beam's duration can be redirected by friendly operators. Okay. This is conceptually a cool idea. Because Look at that. Again, it rewards you for interesting, you know, operator deployment. It now extends beyond her repeaters. You can use any operator, and now it works like the SP beams from the fuck that event's called. It's not Villingström-Ebhurst. I love Villingström-Ebhurst. That's such a good event. What the fuck's that event called? You know what I'm talking about. It's not the Mudrock one, and it's not the Lessing one. Which one fucking is it? Lingering Echoes, yes. It's like you have the Lingering Echoes beam, which is like, oh, that's really cool. But I cannot ignore this. So this skill lasts 8 seconds. So this is going to be triggered 16 times. So she is going to do 150% of her attacks 16 times. So 150% times 16 is 2400%. So every 18 seconds she does a crit that does 2400% of her attack as arts damage. And it's like, God, this is such a cool idea, but I can very much imagine me clicking this skill. It murders fucking everything, and I'm like, okay. This is a very quick... If this was like 30 seconds, I think this would be fine. If this was 30 seconds, I'd be okay with it. 18 seconds is just way too short for this amount of damage. Again, it's such a cool idea. I love the idea. Why does it have to do so much damage? Fuck! Why is this every modern 6-star? Every modern 6-star is like, here's a really cool premise. Oh, but it does way too much damage, so it doesn't even matter. It's like, god damn it. It's every 26 seconds? Well, yeah, but this is the downtime. I'm just talking about the downtime. Skill level 7 looks reasonable. 120% every half second, 20 seconds. That's still gonna be like absurd amounts of damage. It's like, ugh. Again, I wish this was like 30 seconds. Like, yes, it is technically 26 seconds, but for 8 of those seconds, you're doing a bajillion damage. So it's like, this just seems way too strong for what it's trying to do. It's really disappointing, but it seems really, really fun. It really does. I kind of want to give this a 0. All of this without Mostima mod X. Oh yeah, you add Mostima to this? This is just spammable. Imagine this with like Choco Spaghetti or spinach. It's just... Oh no, I don't even think that would work because this isn't a crit. It's kind of a crit skill, but not really. Yeah, this is... I kind of want to give this a 0, not a -1. Because, like, her S1 is stupid. I think her S1 is just ridiculously stupid, just conceptually. But this is a cool concept, but it's held back by what the actual fuck are these numbers. So I give that a 0. Okay. Ammo skill. When was the last time we got a 6-star that doesn't have ammo? Everything has ammo. Okay. Okay, so this... Okay, so 40-second skill. Upon activation, stops attacking for 3 seconds, recalls all repeaters, and refreshes their redeployment cooldown. Attack interval is significantly reduced. Attack plus 145% attack still turn. God fucking damn it. Baloney doesn't have ammo, point invalid. True. So, okay, so we're doing it again, chat. Attack interval reduces. Attack plus 145%. Attack steal 200. What I really kind of hate is how often you have these attack modifier and damage modifier. Because the reason why is to make it so these skills still scale incredibly well with buffs. That they scale incredibly well when you're using, like, Monster alongside her. It's just meant for, like, buff scaling, while also making it so that it still performs absurdly well without the buffs. And it's just like, ah. Let there be nuance, please. Everything doesn't have to be everything. Yeah, if an attack passes through a repeater, deals an additional 30% attack starts damage and extends the slow duration by 0.4 seconds. It's like, I get it. It rewards you for using your repeaters in a cool way, but, again, what the fuck is this shit? Jesus. Skill grants 2 additional repeaters that can be deployed during the skill's duration. So you get 2 extra repeaters. Wait, repeaters will not retreat during the skill. So it's also basically infinite duration. Because this is an ammo skill. It's not infinite, because obviously, you know, the skill will end. But because it's an ammo skill, you have so much time to set this up. You can just activate the skill before the enemies show up. You set up all your free repeaters. You get like 4 of them. And then you just get to be like, I died now. Also, synergizes with Exusiai the New Covenant, so I have to give her minus points just for that. My Blastcaster can kill boss now. Of course they can. Of course they can. Like, I can't look at this as anything other than a 6-star S3. Like, it's just slop. Like, oh, she stops attacking for 3 seconds. There's a downside. But then also just, like, yeah. It's not even that, like, it does an interesting thing with the repeaters. It just gives you more of them for free. Yeah, I think this gets a -1. Sadly. Yeah, so -1, 0, -1, 0, and 0. So Frisia sadly gets a -2. I didn't think I'd be this negative on her. Again, it does suck because it's like, she has such cool ideas and I wish she wasn't at, like, the way that she was. Like, what is this? What is this? What is this? What are these numbers? Why numbers? Like, again, it's like the whole reason why we're doing this is because Ifrit, and it's just like, If there is no downside, I'm not going to give it a -2 because it's not egregious. Like, this is just an S3 slop skill. It's just big damage. That's it. That's all it is. There's nothing else to it. And again, it's an ammo skill because ammo skills are strictly better than normal skills. And it's just like, like, it's just so slop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, whoever suggested this. It's hard. Because again, it sucks. Because I really wish that I could do the cool things with her. And if I got like a temp recruit of Frisia, I would probably just default to her S2. Because that is very easily the most fun of her skills. And I could have some fun with a Frisia with like her S2 if I'm getting, you know, if I'm using her in like IS. I can 100% see that. But her S1 is just so uninspired and lame. Her S3 is just 6-star slop. Like, her S2 is probably the most fun skill, and even then, I could see myself not enjoying it very well because it just kills stuff way too quickly. But if I'm in, like, IS, I think her S2 would be the most fun. It kind of sucks. I'm sorry. Is she better or worse than Angelina Alter? Because Angelina Alter is the same thing. Because Angelina Alter is also, I have really cool concepts, but fuck them up with my damage. Which I guess is a great play. It is wild. It is wild that I put a Frisia below Wishido. I put the 5-star flag bearer on the same tier as Wishido. What is this? What the fuck is this? Frisia is as much of a slop raider as Angie Alter. Something's wrong. She can't be that pushed. It's not that... Well, no, I mean, she kind of is. It's like, both Frisia and Angelina just both suffer from the same problem of they want to present cool concepts and ideas. Like, I think Angelina Alter's S2 is such a cool idea, but it's ruined by how much damage she does. And so it's just like, I just wish we could have concepts without having to push stats for the people who don't care. You know what I mean? It's like, I talk about it a lot in my Exusiai video, which, by the way, I did finish the script for. I'm editing it. But it is 24 pages long. It is the longest script I've ever written, and it'll probably be like 30 to 40 minutes long. Talking about just Exusiai the New Covenant. Okay. Do you do backpipe? We can do whatever you guys want. We can do whatever you guys want. Can you do Zhuo Li? I did already do Zhuo Li, but I guess I didn't rank him, so I guess we can do that. Script of hatred and contempt. I think you should revisit Ashton Alter. I remember when your past streams you're saying that you're not a fan of... I think I just found her boring. I don't think that I found her... she just didn't appeal to me. Oh, you know what? You know what's really funny? I got a comment on my Ark video. I got a comment on my Ark video about someone who's like, in one, like they apparently watch my streams, which is kind of wild. But they're like, they're like, oh, you rated Thumpy high, and the only reason why you rated Thumpy high is because people didn't tell you that she was meta and broken. And if they told you that she was meta and broken, you wouldn't have rated her high. And the only reason why I dislike Exousia of the New Covenant is because people told me she's meta. And it's like I'm not allowed to like strong things now? What if I give the strong operator any credit, I'm too stupid to realize that they're meta? Like, I'm not allowed to like anything. I can't like bad operators because I'm an elitist, and I can't like good operators because I'm stupid. What am I allowed to like? I don't get it. It's like, I like Thumpy because her S2 is going to be really fun, and you can use it with like so many cool snipers. It's going to be really fun. And like, she actually works really well with the like what she's trying to do. It sucks. Like, I'm really excited for Thumpy. She's probably the only 6-star. The only gotcha 6-star I'm looking forward to. As wild as that is. It's wild. Okay, man, everyone's got... Because the thing is that I don't want to do... I guess we'll put it on the list. Because I've already reviewed a lot of these operators, but... You know, I do need to put them on a list. Okay, I've already talked about Entelekia on here. Case in point, I don't like her. I don't like Entelekia. I think that she is the worst Reaper because she's not a Reaper. And she is just... She's meta slop on a subclass that shouldn't have this. So, first off, attacks steal 75 max HP from the target and deals 250 yards. Okay, so, flavor-wise, this is really funny. I do like this flavor-wise. You know, it's like, oh, she's a vampire, and she's stealing your HP. And it also kind of works with being a Reaper, that it's effective healing in a way. The problem is that this is effectively true damage. And this is a theme that you're going to see with her kit. The thing is with Reapers is that they're supposed to be just kind of... They're supposed to be forget lane holders. You put them down, they have pretty good self-sustain, and they're really good at dealing with swarms. But to compensate for their ability to just kind of deal with a lot of threats on their own, they really suck against high defense targets. You'll very rarely find a good attack modifier on a Reaper. And they, most importantly, don't do fucking arts damage. And so, when you have Entelekia effectively doing 1,300 damage of true damage, and also doing 250 arts damage per second, this isn't like blue poison, where it's 70, and it doesn't matter. It's not even like any actual real damage. 250 arts damage per second on a Reaper is a significant amount. And it's not just there for the sake of doing instance damage stuff to clear with, like... you know, hit count based enemies. Like, this is like significant enough where you could use her against a high defense target. And it's just like, I don't appreciate that. I don't really like how she's designed to be good against everything. So I'm gonna give this a -1. So here's another case of let's have a talent, but 1350 true damage doesn't sound too bad. It's only that much per single enemy. That's the thing though. Is that that's still there on top of the arts damage. You know, maybe if this was on its own, because it's like, okay, a high defense target, they're gonna have more than 1,350, you know, HP. You know, sure, you can make that. Yeah, that makes sense. But you also have that on top of the 250 arts damage, so it's like she does just kill things with high defense, and it's just like, this is stupid. Is he allergic to playing the game? What do you mean? What do you mean am I allergic to playing the game? I get viewers when I don't play the game. The Arknights community hates the game. That's why they just want to talk about opinions about the game. That's what I'm doing. Okay, her second talent is complete and utter slop. So if you somehow get punished and she ends up dying because you fucked up and you didn't give her enough healing, or you put her against a bad target, she immediately heals herself and then takes less damage forever. So she just has 55% more HP and gains like a sanctuary effect basically, and it's just like, seriously, why? Like, we need to stop not punishing players for playing like idiots. We need to punish players for fucking up. I remember when the game shut down, you had like 100 viewers. I was like 250. Those are the most viewers like I ever had in a live stream. It was hilarious. But yeah, this is a big -1 because this doesn't help her kit. It doesn't make her more interesting to use. It just makes her less punishing to misuse. And I will never find these kinds of talents to be interesting. Okay. So, do you want me to say anything? It's like, this is literally every single Reaper in the game. This will get a good fat 0 because I don't really know what to say. Every Reaper has this skill. So it's just like, I don't really know. I'm gonna give this a 0 because, wow, she's like La Pluma and Highmore. Cool. Alright. Okay, so we're S2. I've had many people come into my chat talking about how, like, they love Entelekia. Elentia's one of the good ones, and it's just like, they're only talking about her S2, and I fucking agree with you. Her S2 is so much fucking fun. I'm not gonna ignore the rest of her kit that is absolutely fucking slop, though. This is cool. Wait, if you hate revive talent, so you hate the ones Dreadnoughts have in their modules? Do you want me to go on a fucking okay, no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Do you want me to go on an absurd rant as to why having survivability-based functionality on a duelist subclass is actually significantly better for how you're supposed to use them, rather than a Reaper who is meant to be punishing if you put them up against the wrong targets, or you don't have enough targets in range for their healing, or if you put them up against a target who has a higher damage output than their own self-healing. So having that kind of talent only serves to make them less punishing to misuse, because there's a lot of situations where they will be punished for fucking up how their survivability works, where with duelists, it's more important that they do have innately defensive aspects into their kits, so you can actually use them as duelists. So it's like, you know, I could go on about it. I don't want to, because I want to not talk about duelist operators for the 50 billionth time and why they're both the best and most misunderstood subclasses in the game. But this skill is insanely fun. I think this is a really, really cool skill. By the way, after that one, can you do Skady on the duel? Yeah, sure, we can. This skill's really, really fun. I like how it, you know, it relies on another operator to put it, you know, to deploy, and you can do some really cool shit with it. It's just really fun to see it all spinning around. It's cool. It's fun. It heals her by a shit ton, which I will kind of criticize her for that. And yes, you can do the funny thing where if you do with Contrail, it hits aerial targets, even though no one's ever really done that. Outside of the, like, for the memes. I will genuinely give this skill, like, a +2. I genuinely do really like this skill. It is really fun, and it does give Entelekia... It is exciting to use. That actually makes Entelekia kind of worth, like, playing. So I will give this a +2. It is a really, really fun skill. Is it the most well-designed thing ever? Not necessarily, but I do think it does save her fucking kit. Okay. Okay. Her S3 is garbage. So first off, we have the classic 6-star S3. Attack range increases, attack plus 135%, attack plus 100%. Immediately summons. So all her S3 does is give her an absurd attack modifier that shouldn't fucking exist on a Reaper. And also, like, double her attack speed, and also make her attack a bajillion things. And then also make her do... Also give her a damage minimum. Once again, making her less punishing to misuse against bad targets. Allowing you to use her as a boss killer. And it's like... No. No, she's a Reaper. This isn't what Reapers are for. Can we stop trying to make every operator in the game a boss killer? You already made Geeks boss killers. You know, the supportive subclass. So now you're turning Reapers into boss... I mean, this was before XUCI, so I can't even really say that. So it's like, now you have a fucking Reaper that's a boss killer. We literally just talked about a Blastcaster that's now a fucking boss killer. So it's just like, I don't know. The fuck you want me to say? This is a slop skill. No one uses this skill like, ah, yes, this is fun. This is fun, cool gameplay. This is, I click S3, boss go bye-bye. Like, that's it. Fuck me, medics are boss killers. They are! We got Reed, we got Monster, who gives a shit? But she immediately... Okay, that is true. The immediately does prevent her from getting a -3. I will give this a -1. It is absolute garbage. And so this gets a -1. I'll give this a +2. This gets a 0, because I don't know what the fuck you want me to say about this. This gets a -1, and this gets a -1. So she gets a -1 overall. You know what? She's doing better than Ephresia. Okay. Okay, chat. Chat. Falanic mogs them. She's the best boss killer. True. Worse than Wishadel. Actually kind of true, though. Okay, someone wanted me to view Skatey. And we can do Skatey. But we can also set up Ifrit next. I never even thought that I could, like, queue up operators. Like, I never thought of that. I don't know why I never thought of that. What is this tier list based on? My arbitrary numerical scores that I give to skills and like, tallying them up. Like, that's it. Like, that's it. It is vibes based. It's not even a tier list. Like, this isn't a tier list. This is just me showing you what my scores are. It's not even really a tier list. Can you rate Carnelian? Okay. Okay. Okay, so we'll have them on the queue. So we'll talk about Skatey. Okay. When this unit is in the squad, Abyssal Hunter operators gain 16% attack. Okay. I think the Abyssal Hunter tribe is the dumbest tribe in the game. I think this is kind of like, I like how we're already starting on a bad note, and it's not even really related to Skatey. It's just the Abyssal Hunters in general. Tribal, when you do set up a tribe, you can't just make them all lords that buff each other. You can't do that. That's slop, that's dumb, that's stupid. Because you're not actually introducing any interesting open-ended synergy. What you're doing is you're making them inherently parasitic. The only way that you can work with other Abyssal Hunters is if they work with each other, and that's kind of stupid. You literally have a plushie of her. It's a pillow. That's different. It's different. But this isn't even about Skatey. This is just about Abyssal Hunters in general. It's just like, this is a slop. What slivers and magic, exactly. And it's just like, this is complete and utter slop. The reason why I like I think Kerag is probably my favorite tribe, and that's because it's less about specifically using Kerag operators and more that all of the Kerag operators inflict cold, and cold naturally synergizes with itself to inflict freeze. And so you're not just using them with each other because they're all Kerag, and Gnosis gives a buff to all Kerag operators. No, you're using them all together because they all synergize with each other innately. And so when you do have Gnosis, who has a buff that says all your Kerag operators gain 15% more attack, you don't need to really force that out. It's still a cold-based lineup. It's something that's more naturally fitting with each other. Like, and I think Casimir's also kind of has this. There are some Casimir's operators that reward you for deploying other Casimir's operators before or after them, which I think could be expanded on a little better. And so it's like, I really do think that there is some interesting stuff that you could do with, like, I just wish it wasn't just, I exist, therefore I give you buff, and that's it. It's just like, wasn't Kerag also included paramedics? We don't talk about them. You don't have to use them. We don't have to talk about them. So I'm going to give this a 0 because it's not Skatey's fault that these kinds of talents are stupid. Like, to Skatey, this effectively just says she gets 16% more attack. And it's like, okay, I don't care. 0. Okay, redeployment time minus 10 seconds. Now, if it wasn't for her module making this talent not complete and utter dog shit, I would give this like a 0. Because if she didn't have her module, there would be no reason for me to rate this, because it basically doesn't do anything. So I'm going to give this a 0, but I'm going to cheat a little bit, and I'm going to go to her module, and because of her module, she gets a +1 for this. If she didn't have her module, and this just stayed at minus 10 seconds, this would do nothing, and it doesn't even define her game plan anyway. Alright, so S1, Swift Strike Gamma. Again, I'm not again. This is really interesting because we're talking about like one of the oldest fucking 6 stars in the game. Like, she's a year one. She wasn't a release operator. I think she came out with the first event. Literally the first event, Granny and the Knight's Treasure. She's like our first not release 6 star. The new Dronecaster is crying. True. So it's like, this is... like, no one's fucking using this. You can. You 100% can. The thing is that I'm not gonna, like, say that this skill is completely useless, because it actually is useful. You could use it if you don't want to have to wait the 7 years to charge her S3. You know? You can use this if you just want Skady to hold a lane, and you don't want her S3 to take 7 billion years, and so you can use her S1 instead. It is perfectly serviceable. It does what she's supposed to do. You can use it, you can click the button, and she continues to be a Dreadnought. It doesn't change who she is. It works with a Dreadnought, I guess. It does more damage. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to really say about it. Like, I'll give it a 0 because what the fuck do you really want me to say? It works. You can use it. I would say you can sometimes use it over her S3. I don't think you're going to, but you can. So I'll just give it a 0 because I don't know what the fuck you want to say. Okay, so I blame Skady for everything. I blame Skady for everything in the game. It's over. It's over. Because it is because of this skill I am believed that every fucking 6 star has to be a fucking heli drop with their S3. It is because of this skill. But okay, so Skady's S2 is perfectly fine. It is exactly what you kind of want out of a Dreadnought that just enters the battlefield, just does a bunch of damage to something, and then you retreat her. And it synergizes very well with her -10 redeployment time. It's meant to work with her having a faster redeploy, so you can deploy her, pick off an important target, retreat her, deploy her somewhere else. That's the idea. She's meant to be an executor that takes a little longer, but's really, really good at killing things. So it's just like, yeah, this works perfectly serviceable for her kit. And dare I say, this is pretty much what gives Skady her identity as an operator. This, alongside her module, which actually, you know, makes her first talent useful, gives her a proper identity as, here is a Dreadnought that you can use as a fast redeploy that you can use to help pick off important targets. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. I'm going to give this a +1. I would even argue giving this a +2, because I think that it is such a strong core design despite how simple it is, because I do believe that it really, really defines Skady as an operator. And I do think has given way to a lot of... It gave way to Utage. She's not a fucking Musha. It gave way for Neural the Radiant Knight to Power Creeper. I don't know. What did this give away to? Surfer. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just going to give this a +1. Morgan S2. It did give way to Morgan S2. That's awesome. Okay. Why can't 6 stars just be this? Why can't we have this? Why can't we just have this? So first off, this is a skill that takes a whole 20 seconds to pre-charge. What happened? Why can't we? It's crazy. It is crazy to me how it's just like 20 seconds for an S3. What is this, 1993? So it's just like, she gets a fuck ton of stats, and it's a duelist skill. That's what it is. She gains a fuck ton of stats. It functions as a duelist skill. I don't know. Like, what do you want me to say? It does what it's supposed to do. You deploy her, you wait a few seconds, you click button, she kills the thing that you're dueling. And it gives her a really strong offensive and defensive buff. She's a Dreadnought. This is what a Dreadnought's supposed to have for an uptime skill. Is Skady interesting? No. Is she a Dreadnought? Yeah. She's a Dreadnought. She's exactly what I want a Dreadnought to be, in that I deploy her and she kill thing, or I deploy her on a lane and then thing come towards her and she kill thing. She does it. Good job. Good job, Skady. I don't even know if I give, like, sure, this gets a +1, I guess. I don't know what the fuck to give it. What does her other module do? I want to give her a -20 because of this other module. What is this? All Abyssal Hunters gain 22% attack and 20 max HP. Slop. Slop. Slop Jewel. Modu Slop. Again, it's like... This... Yeah, this is what I... Thing is that, yeah, being the first 6-star Dreadnought, this is what I would expect her to be. Because a lot of the early Year 1 6-stars, they're not... They are more just the core identity of their subclass taken to an extreme. And you can see that with, like, original Exusii, which is why I think she's a really well-designed skill. Which I think she's a really well-designed operator. That you have a lot of these early 6-stars don't really have... They're not really exploring much. They are just... Here is the core of what this subclass is, and I'm going to try and exemplify that to the best of my ability. Some of them do it really good, like with Exusii and with Skady. Some of them do it in a pretty lame way, like, what's a good example? Blaze is kind of a pretty lame example of that, but there is a lot of beauty in this kind of simplicity. I do really like it. It is a very strong and simple design. So I think this got a 0, this got a 1, 0, 1, 1. So +3? Alright. Alright, look at that, Skady. You're up in the +3 crowd. Let's go. I think I may need to add more tiers. Because it's very easy to get +3. Okay, who's up next? Ifrit? Ifrit? Okay. Lazy Altar, sir? We can add Lazy Altar. We can add Lazy Altar. I already have Carnelian. Carnelian's after Ifrit. Okay. What do you want me to say about this? Because this is why people use Ifrit. People don't use Ifrit because she's, like, fun or interesting. They use her because it's just like, oh, the enemy has high res, but what do I do? Oh, I ignore res. You know, these are the same people that have clowned on Crushers. It's just like... this is just stupid. Because I get it. You know, it's just like, hey, Blastcasters have weird fucking range. And so let's give them a reward for properly utilizing that weird fucking range. But I think this is so extreme to where it's like, this is passive. This isn't on skill. This isn't anything. This is any enemy within my gigantic fucking range almost has their res halved. Actually, what's her fucking module? Nope. What's her module? Okay, she doesn't have a... Okay, never mind. She doesn't have a module that buffs this. Okay, never mind. But it's just like... Fuck. Fuck this. This is why people use her. Not because she's fun, but because I get to ignore the status of... I get to ignore the fucking downside of my thing. Just fuck this. Fuck this bullshit. I'm fine with rewarding proper use of the Blastcaster range, but this is ridiculous. This is stupid. Do you think a DPS should do debuff? I have nothing wrong with that. I think Haze is a really good example of that. But the thing is with Haze is that she has innate downsides built into her, especially with her S2 kind of making her die in one shot, the fucking anything. And it being single target. This is just... And Haze has to at least attack the fucking enemy, while also having less DPS overall than other casters of the same rarity. And it's just like... This is, I get to ignore almost half of your res by you just existing. And it's just like, I can't. I can't. Like, I low-key kind of wish this was instead, like, every time Ifrit attacks, she reduces the enemy's res by 5. And then it caps at 45% or something like that. So it's not immediate. You have to build into it. There's still something that you have to, like... There's still a reward to it. This is just, like, you have her exist. And you just ignore most of the enemy's fucking damage reduction. And it's just like, really? What does the chart represent here? It's just it just shows you my scores. That's it, my overall scores. So I think this gets a -1 just because it's just so easy. Restores 2 extra SP every 5.5 seconds. Hey, what? What is this? Ugh. What the fuck is this? Okay. Alright. Like, at least if you're gonna do this, at least make it part of your identity like Mostima. Like, it just, like... What if we made it so she does, her skill charges aren't even that high? What is the point of this? It's just like, you get free shit. There's no supportive aspect to it. There's no, like, there's nothing. And it's just like, oh, I get to charge myself. Okay, when you E2, E-Freet, all of her skills just have reduced SP cost. Okay. Isn't recovering SP Rhinelad flavor, though? So? That's not an excuse for just making it very boring. Sure, you can have an SP charge, like, effect. Like, why not make it if it's like, oh, if there's 4 or more targets, if there's 3 or more targets in range, she gains extra SP. You know, you could do something like that where there's a condition to it. There's a reward for doing something. If it's like, oh, when there are 4 or more enemies in my range as a blast caster, I gain extra SP. Or maybe even you take the Accord route and it's like, you gain extra SP for each operator in her range or something like that. Like, there's some cool shit you could do with this. It's just very boring because it's just like, ah, yes, all of my skills now basically just cost less SP. And it's just like, okay. It's not bad, it's just, why? Like, this is a 0. Bloop wants an SP condition on Blastcaster. I'm not ignoring Corroserum. I'm basically just saying, like, if the whole idea of this is, yes, it is in flavor with Rhinelab to have, like, SP gain stuff. It's like, then it should be more conditional. It should be something that you have to work for. It should be a reward and not just, you just get it. Because when you get it, it makes me ask the question, well, okay, what if you just removed this talent and reduced all of her SP costs? How would that make her play any different? You know what I mean? It's like, there's no effect to this. It doesn't change how she functions. All this really says is, all of my skills now cost less. And it's just like, okay, that doesn't change anything. You know what I mean? It's just like it's as if it said, like, my skills last 4 seconds longer. And it's just like, well, you could have just hard-coded that in to make them last 4 seconds longer. It doesn't mean anything. And it's like, is this really essential for her E2? It's just like, oh, she's too bad E1. Like, I don't get it. It's so bizarre. Like, I'm just gonna give it a 0. Attack plus 20%. Attack speed plus 80%. See, now this is quality. This is what I want to see on my fucking 6 stars. I want to see Swift Strike, but not that. I want to see not Swift Strike. What is this? What is this? I don't get this. I think Aroma has found a niche group of people appreciate her. Corroserum, can you... Why are people bashing on Corroserum? He's fun. I like Corroserum. Do people hate Corroserum? What reason do you have to hate on Corroserum? Cooler Swift Strike. Yeah, I don't know what you want for this. Like, okay. Just... What if Swift Strike, but less attack and more attack speed? Okay. The thing is that, like, this, again, is arbitrary. Like, this could effectively be plus 100% more attack, or plus 100 attack speed. And it wouldn't really change anything. So it's like, again... What does her boosting attack speed really have to do with anything? What is her attack? Like, I don't know. It's just extra damage. I don't care. Who cares? It's like, I think you should give Ifrit more leeway since she's one of the first 6 stars ever created. Sure. But I'm not gonna negatively score this because I understand she's an early 6-star. I'm gonna give this a 0 because just like, okay. But I don't think just being an early 6-star is an excuse to just have talents that don't do anything other than I get to ignore my damage resistance and I get free SP, I guess. Like this isn't even a minus, this is just a 0. This is a minus because I think it's brain rotted people to a horrible degree. Like this just gets a 0 because it's just like, okay. So was she the first Blastcaster? She KFC collaboration. Okay. No, she was in the game when the game fucking came out. So she was the first Blastcaster. Actually, that does kind of make me change my idea. Because what if Hypergriff was thinking to themselves, Blastcat, like, Ifrit's gonna have a weird-ass range, it's gonna be a lot harder to use her, so we need to give you a really strong reward for actually utilizing it. And they didn't realize that it's not actually that hard. What if Hypergriff made this way too strong on accident because they thought that Ifrit's range would be a lot harder to take advantage of than it really is? Like, this has nothing to do with Blastcasters or, like, anything, so I don't really know what, like... This doesn't establish Blastcaster identity, it's just there for Rhinelab flavor, and it doesn't really add to her kit, so it's just like, I don't really care, it gets a 0. But it's just like, this could just be a mistake. Like, yeah, what if that is the case? What if her first talent was just a fucking accident? So it's just like, I'm still gonna give it a -1, because it's still, like, I can understand why it might be there. It is there to help define Blastcasters. It is there to help reward you for using her weird range. But I think Hypergriff just fucked up the balance. They probably just didn't play test her enough. So it's just like, okay, sure. I'm not going to call it the worst thing ever, but I'm not going to rate it positively. She was considered niche because of her talent for the first 2 years. I mean, I think ignoring 40 res is insane. But I mean, the thing is that Blastcasters are innately niche because they're heavily reliant on the stage in order for them to function. That's not true anymore because of Nasty, but that's just separate. I actually got a Temp Recruit Nasty yesterday, and I really underestimated how quickly her S3's thing builds. Like, holy shit. But it wasn't as, like, absurd as I thought it would be. She still felt pretty balanced. Nothing too absurd. So, like, am I going to give this a negative score? No. Am I going to give this a positive one? Also no. I mean, it just boosts her damage. It's fine. It's like 0. I think I gave Skaties that's what a 0 to. It's just like, I don't know what the fuck to say about it. Text to turn for targets defense by 300. Causes them to take immolation damage. It causes them to take immolation damage. When will Hypergriff revisit immolation damage? Is a damage over time debuff left same duration as defense debuff. House deals arts damage, you 30% of her attack every section. Res used to be quite a bit lower than what we're used to now. Yeah, that actually is a good point. That's a good point, because back then, you probably only had like 20, 30 res. So Ifrit's first talent was probably a huge nothing burger. So it's just like, I could 100% imagine that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because, like, nowadays, every fucking enemy has, like, 1,500 defense and, like, 80 res. So, like, that makes Ifrit... that means Ifrit has aged really, really well. Because, yeah, maybe at the time, Hypergriff was just like, yeah, you know, this is just a little extra buff. You know, because they weren't designing enemies. Yeah, how could they have known that their game was going to be so shit in the future? That's a good fucking point. That's actually a really good point. I'm not gonna... God damn it. It's like, at the time, I could 100% see my... Like, if we're talking about, like, year 1 and I was playing the game at the time, I would probably give this a 0, if not a +1. But no, it has aged like fucking milk. It's aged like wine mixed with milk. So it's just like, I kind of have to give this a -1 in retrospect. But, like... if we do look at her from her original context, this would be a +1. Because yeah, it wasn't that busted. They weren't really designing res that high. It's just an extra bonus for using her correctly. But like, yeah, and back then it's like versus an enemy with like 30 res, this isn't that big of a damage bonus. But nowadays, this is absurd. I don't know what to think. I don't like, that's so like, you guys are right. It's like crazy. Pilk, Pepsi and milk. Yeah, that is exactly what it is. Lemon mixed with milk. So we may want to revisit that in a second, but like that is interesting to think about. So this is a crit, and it reduces enemies' defense, which, you know, that's kind of cool. It's like you're using her against enemies with high defense anyways, so you're reducing it so you can let your other operators attack. All right, that's cool. I kind of like her identity as like a debuffer. That's kind of interesting. Causes them to take immolation damage. All right. I'll give this a +1. I think it's kind of interesting. Also, fucking banger alert. I'll give this a +1. Deals 140% attack. Like, why can't we go back to 6-star S3s just being one line of text? Why can't we go back to that? I miss it. Deals 140% attack is arts damage per second to ground enemies within range. Reduces the target's res by -20. So this is a flat 20 res reduction. What is... It's like on top of the 44 res, like 44% reduction, it's just like... This is just a hat on a hat. And look at that! There's a downside! There's a downside! Why can't we have that anymore? Crazy! Ugh. And the first bosses usually took up one space, so it was a bit harder to hit them. You had to stop them at the right spot, supposed to sweep. Yeah, true. She has a downside. She just does a bunch of damage and reduces res, and this skill... What is this skill has a really strong cycle. What's up, up? The res debuff only lasts for a second? Oh, well, I guess it's per second, so I guess it is permanent. It's very boring. You click the button and she kills thing. I don't like... She does what she's supposed to do. In the same way that Skady's S3 did what she's supposed to do. I mean, I think Skady's S3 was a lot more strongly defined by her archetype. I mean, this leans into Ifrit's theme of being more like about debuffing. Or ignoring how strong it is. Yeah. And it has a downside too, so it's like you can't just throw her down. You have to make sure there's a medic on her, or else you can't activate this skill more than 3 times. Actually, yeah, only 20-second duration for 2% of max HP per second. So she can activate this skill a total of 2 times before it's even lethal. I can give this a +1. It's fine. Does what it's supposed to do. Restores 2 SP every 6 seconds with a 30% chance to restore an additional 5. What the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? With a 30% chance to restore an additional 5. It's not 5. It's like 7. What? This isn't like Mostima, where her skills take 120 seconds to charge. 7 seconds. 28 seconds. This... What is this? Like, what? Like, that is so ridiculous. What the fuck? Like, again, it's not Mostima. What is this for? It's so silly. I have to give it whatever. Who cares? But okay, so she does have a Delta module, so we do have to analyze that. Res of enemies within range -40%. If target is under the effect of burn, attacks will do an additional 50%. Okay. The thing is that I think Ifrit is probably one of the worst operators to give this Delta module to. And a lot of that is because of her res ignore. This basically makes her a true damage source. Because she ignores so much res on top of her S3, also ignoring a bunch of res, it's really easy for her to proc burn against enemies with high res, and then the burn reduces the res even more, and she's doing elemental damage on top of the absurd, like, res ignore, so it's just like, it basically just feels like it's true damage. She takes forever to proc burn. How? How? She struggles at proccing burn? How? She basically ignores the enemy's res. Like, Viviana's Delta module is pretty good at proccing burn. And she doesn't ignore a bunch of res. And it's like, I don't think her attack cycle is slow. Yeah, but you have a bunch of all these, you have like her S3, which does like an absurd amount of damage. 5%? It's 8%. And her attack is mediocre? What? It's like, looking at her skills, I can't imagine that this would be that hard to proc. Okay, I mean, I guess if... you guys are all just telling me it doesn't even fucking matter. She attacks really slow. Well, that just implies that Ifrit does no damage to begin with. It's like, if Ifrit... the fact, like... that implies that Ifrit can't do a lot of damage to begin with. Or that she does too much damage that it doesn't even matter, and the thing just dies before it. Like, I don't know, like, I can't imagine, because again, it's like she ignores a bunch of res, so it's like the application will be quite consistent. It's either she does too much damage and kills the thing before it even procs, or she does... because, like, I can't imagine Ifrit not doing damage. Like, I think she still does damage. Does too much damage. Like, I can't, because if she can't proc res, if she can't proc burn, that implies that she just doesn't do any damage. And it's like, I don't think that's true. Like, I don't think that she just lacks DPS. Like, sure, she attacks slow, but she does a bunch of fucking damage. I don't think it really matters. It's like, I guess, sure. I don't think I'm gonna rate this, because I, again, still think that this is... like, I get it for flavor, but I do think this is probably the worst kind of operator to put this talent on. 8% is just pitiful? Not really. That requires that she does... or 1,000 divided by 0.08. That requires that she does 12,500 damage. Like, and then once that happens, she just, like... I can't imagine it would be that hard for her to do 12,000 damage. Like, I don't think it's that difficult for Ifrit to do 12,000 damage in, like, a reasonable amount of time. Especially with her skills. Like, I don't know. I don't think that she's, like, this awful applier. I can't imagine that. Maybe I need to just try her out, but, you know, whatever. I'm not even getting a score anyways. So I think this got a +1, this got a +1, this got a 0, this got a 0, this got a -1. So Ifrit overall gets a +1. Which is pretty good. Pretty good. Alright. So, Carnelian. You do have her, not built. Sure, I'll try my E0 level 1 Ifrit. Alright, so Carnelian, apparently the worst 6-star in the game, according to smart people who use Wish It All. Restores 45% max HP when skill is activated. Effect doubled when charged. Because that's her old gimmick, is charging her skills, which, sure, alright, I can kind of get behind that. Because the whole idea behind Carnelian is that all of her skills can be charged, meaning you have to charge it effectively twice before you get this extra bonus effect. And it's like, yeah, that kind of works with what Phalanx casters are. It's like, you're playing with that risk versus reward. Do you want to keep them not attacking so they can build up their charge and then they can do it? Like, I think it is kind of interesting. Like, I think that's an interesting kind of, you know, interesting idea. Improves own SP recovery rate by 0.6 per second when SP is above the limit. See, at least this actually does something. It actually synergizes with her kit. Rather than, it actually, like, is an effect that does a thing, and it isn't just, like, free SP for fucking just sitting there. Alright, so I think just... I can't really give these a rating, because it's just like, this just tells me that her gimmick is being charged. It's like, alright, sure. I'll give this a 0 for now. Okay. Attack plus 60%, defense plus 100%. Defense plus 100%? Okay. Charge effect. Trait effects remain active during skill. What? So you know what? I was gonna be like, wait a minute, this is weird. Why are... I was thinking to myself, I'm just like, wait, what the fuck is the skill? It's just like, oh, you get to retain her defensive bonus while the skill is active. Doesn't that defeat the whole point of like being a phalanx caster? And it's like, well, no, because this is only 60% attack. This skill is effectively, I am using this to tank damage. This is a defensive skill. This should not be a red skill. This should be a yellow skill. Like, I could only see myself using this skill purely if I'm using Carnelian as a range tank. Now, obviously, you can get into a discussion of, oh, I'd rather use Lyn, but we're not talking about that. I could imagine seeing myself using her S1 purely for the sake of, I need her to tank damage better. It's just like, you know what? Yeah. Like, I need my range tank to be a better range tank. She gains 100% more defense, and then she retains her trait. If you charge it up, so she can be a really, really strong range tank. I don't know what fucking enemies you're using her against, but I don't know. What? I'm trying to think, like, what ranged enemy? I don't know. You know what? It's 2026. We're gonna get, like, a random event that just has an enemy that just fucking one-shots shit. Who cares? Who cares? Patriot's Spear? Maybe. Maybe it hits Patriot's Spear. Nasty's event? Maybe. Like, that could be kind of funny. Yeah, the attack plus 60 does not seem like the reason why you're using this skill. You're using this skill to just make her a better lightning rod than she normally is. Like, the extra damage she does is kind of just secondary. I think that this should just be a yellow skill. I don't get why it's a red skill. I'll give it a +1. I think it's kind of interesting. Like, you have a skill that is more defensively oriented for a phalanx caster. Alright, sure, I'm down with that. Will you talk about Passenger? I think thanks to Passenger reception during his release, Hypergrid's a lot more afraid to make 6 stars with equal stats to 5 stars. Yeah, so I think that's a bad thing. People who don't like Passenger cringe. So, Sand Fetters. Attack interval reduces significantly, and every attack inflicts slow for 0.3 seconds. Charge effect. Attack plus 20%, instead of slowing, binds the target for 0.6 seconds. Okay. Alright, this does what she's supposed to do. +1. Yeah. I can see this being a pretty fun skill. So you activate the skill normally. She has a cool crowd control effect and does a bunch of damage. You activate it again, or when you charge it up, it amplifies the crowd control effect and makes her do more damage. Alright. This actually seems like a really fun skill. So I'll give this a +1. It seems really cool. Mark of Gluttony. Chat, for real. Alright, attack range expands and attack gradually increases up to 2. What is this? Attack range expand. Man, imagine! It's crazy. We live in a time where this was all a 6 stars S3 said back in the day. They had attack range expands and increases attack. Gradually increases to 280%. This is like the first 3 words of Wishadel's S3 and then even more bullshit on top of that. Like, what happened? What happened? Why can't we go back to this? Jeez. Charge effect. Every attack increases the damage taken by the target from Carnelian by 20%, stacks up to 5 times, lasting until the end of the skill. Okay, so this is a very kind of selfish, just pure DPS skill. Attack range expands, attack gradually increases to up to... How long does it take? The attack buff is applied every second, resulting in an increase of 28% per second. So it takes 10 seconds. So it takes about half the duration of her skill. Damage application use attack is applied before the damage is dealt. This is a really interesting kind of skill. It's a very backloaded damage skill, correct. And I think that's kind of a really interesting kind of thing, because the whole idea is that you want Carnelian to be her skill. I kind of wish this skill was like, Thanks for the dono again. After the next few, please do Thorn's Altar. We can do that. Then do Warfare. There's not gonna be much I can say about Warfare, but we can do Thorn's Altar. I don't know, like, if there'll be much to really say about fucking Warfare. But, yeah, and this is fine. It does what I kind of want it to do. Every attack increases damage taken by Carnelian. I think it's interesting because it kind of plays into the vulnerability of... Why does it always say it twice? It's so annoying. But... it kind of plays into the vulnerability of them off skill, because it kind of rewards you for protecting her off skill, and I think that is kind of interesting. So yeah, I do think this is kind of a cool skill. Give it a +1. I think you can do some really fun shit with it, and it does definitely feel like a very rewarding skill to pull off. It's not just like, this isn't just damage slop. This is like just stuff. FedEx next, we can do that. I don't have positive things to say about Executor revision history. Executor the Ex Photore, or whatever the fuck it is. Alright, so what? Okay, so this gets a +1, this gets a +1, this gets a +1, these got a 0. She gets a +3, which means that she is a really well-designed operator. I think I need to change the fucking ratings. Everyone's a +3. What is this? Lazy. Wrong lazy. Okay. Wrong lazy. Alright, Lazy the Thunderbringer. The Carnelian S3 is damage gem. True. That is so rare. We always have damage slop, but now we have damage gem. Alright, so. Tiles within attack range have a 10% chance of being struck. Every second of being struck by lightning, dealing 100% of Lazy the Thunderbringer's attack starts damage. Takes off when the skill. Okay, so. This doesn't do anything. This is flavor text. This doesn't matter. This isn't a thing that exists. I don't think in any, because if I get a temp recruit for Lazy, I'm picking her up. Lazy's pretty fun. I got her like twice yesterday. This doesn't mean anything. This doesn't do anything. This is flavor text. This is just extra aura farming, where Lazy is just flying, and then lightning bolts come down and never hit their target. That's all this fucking does. I know it matters for her skills, but passively it doesn't do jack shit. Which is hilarious. Because normally, I would say that this is stupid. I don't think that she should just be doing free damage off skill. And I know you could say, like, oh, but what about Mjolnir? Like, that's a reflection. That leans into the defensive aspect of Liberators, and I think that's actually an interesting application of that. Like, this is just, like, free damage while off skill. But it's so negligible, and it never actually hits the target that it doesn't matter, and who gives a shit? It is purely for aura farming and nothing else. Okay, but the actual part is that she takes off while her skill is not active. And, okay, while skill is active, attack increased to 111%. Damage slop! Okay, so this is what makes her kind of interesting. And I think is a large part of what makes her a really important, like, side grade to Mjolnir. And I think a big reason why Lazy is very well designed is because she doesn't try to replace or upset Mjolnir. She is perfectly fine just coexisting with him, as they both have important, like, strengths and weaknesses with each other. And I think her taking off is actually quite interesting. It gives her some extra built-in passive survivability by not being able to be targeted, but because she can't be targeted, you can't use her as a ranged tank, which is a genuine use case you want to use for Liberators, because they have like 500 defense passively, and like over 3,000 HP. Only reason to use her is for Taraxacum. True. Fuck it, what does he even do? The real question, what does Lazy even do? She makes Taraxacum worth it. And so, the fact that she's taken off is, again, just kind of aura farming, because she has 0 blocks, so she's not really blocking anything. All it really does is give her effective camo. I think you can block Nether Sea Brand with her. Can you? That would be a very interesting use case. That is kind of funny. I don't know if that's true, though. Okay, so I'm not going to rate the takeoff. Do I rate the takeoff? Because I do think it is really interesting for Lazy. I do think it gives her a really interesting natural side grade to Mjolnir. Where just having her on the battlefield as a liberator, just being a liberator, she already has like upsides and downsides compared to Mjolnir. Which I think is kind of interesting. It's like, maybe I should give it a +1, because it does define her usage, and it does let Mjolnir also just kind of coexist with her. Upon skill activation, all ground tiles attack range are struck by lightning, dealing 100% of attack for attack starts damage, and then frightening them. Okay, whatever, I don't care. Like, this is extra damage, Slop. It's, when she activates her skill, she does damage. Yes, that's how liberators work. Does this really play with that in an interesting way? I don't know. You could kind of put this on any operator. Except medics, maybe, but nowadays you probably will. I guess it's for the frighten. I guess. I don't know. I don't, like, why? Sure. I'm just gonna give this a 0. Lightning, very, very frightening. True. So I'm just gonna give this a 0. It's okay. Okay, S1. I really, really like how our S1 is designed. It is... Kind of. There's some aspects of it that I don't like. The frightening is crucial for skill 1, bro. Is it crucial? Like, crucial? Like, her S1 wouldn't work without it? Because, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot this is even a thing that she does. One of their most tactical skills. Her S1, like, sure, the frighten. I don't use her S1 for the frighten. I use her S1 because it murders things. So, her S1 is really funny. Because it is a crit skill on a liberator, which is conceptually kind of stupid, but I think they did a pretty good job with how they executed it. Because how it works is that the skill can store multiple charges, and she will not lose her attack boost as long as she doesn't lose all of her charges. Which I think is really, really interesting. Because it gives you this sort of built-in decision-making of, do I want to use all of her skills right now, all of her charges right now to do as much damage as I possibly can, or do I want to use 2 of them and then wait for the next one to come out? Although I will say, I do think that her storing 3 charges is a bit much. I kind of wish it was just 2, because I do think that she gets by perfectly fine by just spamming 2 charges and permanently keeping her attack high. I do kind of wish it was just 2 charges, where it's just like, you only use it once and then you have to wait for the next charge, versus I use it twice and then I have more than enough time to, you know, I think the skill would be kind of perfect if it was 2 charges, not 3, but I'm not going to be too critical on that. So, she has this really funny range. It is very funny. She comes down, she does a bunch of damage in all 3 directions, and I think it's really interesting. Now you can use the frightening too, so you can stall a high hitter enemy. I mean, sure. Like, sure. But, like, I'm not gonna say that this is, like, the most, like, ingenious thing ever. I'm not saying it's not useful, you know, but I'm not gonna say that this is something that's really, like, I'm not gonna say that this is something that really, inspires me, I would say. You know, like, I don't think the reason why, like, sure, this, being able to frighten an enemy is useful, obviously. But it's the same thing of, like, I don't use, Vitochki for her frighten. Her frighten's just a good upside that makes her good. You know, I use Vitochki for who she is. Yeah, I will get to that Murloc. But a big issue with Lazy is that how her S1 works is that she will send out 3 projectiles in each of her range, but all 3 of those projectiles do overlap on the tile that she's hovering over. Meaning that on the tile that she's hovering over, she will do triple that amount of damage, which is an absurd amount of fucking damage. And I do think, like, because Loey talked to me a bunch about how, like, that alone, the fact that she gets triple damage versus enemies underneath her directly, has, like, kind of ruined her for him, because it makes her just way too strong for E0 level 1, and I get it. She just basically does, like, 600% of her attack is physical damage, and you can do that, like, twice. So it's just like, geez, yeah, I get that. So I do think that, that's more of an oversight. I don't think that's intentional. Like, ideally, I do think that should be something that should be, like, removed. But I also think that if that is removed, people will throw a fit because an operator got nerfed. And, you know, we can't have that. I can't lose my DPS slop. That's all I play the game for. So it's just like, I get it. I don't think it's good. I don't think it should be there. But I don't think there's anything we fucking do about it, and I do think it's a fucking accident. I will give this a +1, though, because I do think that it is a very, very well-designed skill. I think it is really fun. It has its problems. Like, again, I think those charges are a bit too much, and I do think that the triple overlap is very stupid. But I do really, really like the idea of what it's going for. I do like the decision-making that it introduces, and I do think it's a really cool way to do a crit on a Liberator. Alright, attack range expands to all ground tiles up to 3 tiles away. Alright, attacks deal 150% attack as physical damage to 4 targets. Every lightning strike during the skill gives attack plus 10%, stacks up to 25%. So, wait, actually, let me read this. All ground tiles within attack range are struck by lightning. So, I do think that actually her second talent does give some really interesting aspect to her S2. Because it rewards you for having a bunch of ground tiles next to her. Or putting her in an area where there's a lot of ground tiles. And it gives you the most amount of attack stacks as quickly as possible. However, I will also criticize the skill for being definitely fucking damage slop. So you activate the skill, it'll trigger her talent, which will do a bunch of lightning on all of the range tiles within a range. All of the ground tiles within a range, and then she gains a bunch of attack based off of the lightning that is struck. So the more ground tiles, the more damage fight, or the more damage she does. And then during the skill, it'll also just increase because she's passively, you know, doing damage. All right, does she? Tiles and attack. Yeah, it's not even while she's flying. Thanks for the follow, Slime. And so I can 100% imagine this skill being. I mean, not really. Like, you do kind of have to work for it. Like, I can imagine sometimes you click the button, it only gives her, like, 40% more attack, and it doesn't even really do that much. But I will say, no, this is what, yeah, this is a Liberator skill. You click button, she goes swing, swing, everything dies, and you're rewarded by using her in specific positioning. Is it similar to Mjolnir's S3? Fuck yes, it's very similar to Mjolnir's S3. But that doesn't make it inherently a poorly designed skill. It's strong, but Liberators are supposed to be strong to make up for the fact they don't fucking do shit. So it's like, no. I think this is interesting. It rewards you for interesting positioning. So, +1. Okay, I've used this skill, and I still don't even know how the fuck it works. So attack range expands, attack interval greatly increases, attacks deal 300% of her attack as physical AoE damage, and generate an electric current at the target's position that travels 3 tiles in all 4 cardinal directions. Currents will bounce back if they hit a unit or high ground tile. All enemies on the tile take 70% of her attack as arts damage. What? What? Lazy S2 takes way more thought and map reliant than Mjolnir. No, I agree. I do. I agree. This does reward interesting positioning. It's just functionally similar to Mjolnir. So I've used this skill and I still don't even know how the fuck it works. Like, I don't know what to say. So her attack range expands. She attacks slower but does a bajillion damage. And then when she hits a target, she summons a thing that bounce when they hit a unit or a high ground tile, and then the enemy on the tile will take damage and have a 15% chance to be frightened. So this is kind of the opposite of her S2, actually, where her S2 rewards you for using her in a large area, her S3 rewards you for using her in an enclosed area. Am I getting that right? Because that kind of feels like what it is. You use this in a very small area, use her S2 in a very large area. That's kind of cool. What fucking, like, what kind of operator? Wow, she's really positioning based. Even her S1 is very positioning based because, yeah, it's all about, first off, these weird ass fucking ranges, and additionally, wow, Lazy has a really, I never even realized this. She has a very strong identity when it comes to, like, positioning and, like, map reliance. Because her S1 is a very restrictive range and can't be used everywhere and requires specific positioning. Her S2 has a very specific range and requires specific positioning and map layouts. Her S3 has a very specific range and requires specific, like, map layouts. And it's just like, that's kind of fucking cool. All three of her skills kind of differentiate in identity, not based off of how the damage is dealt, but in what situations they excel at. And I think that's really fucking cool. I never even, like, came to that conclusion. Like, that is just how she works. That's really, really cool. Now, obviously, you have, you know, S3 slop. But I do think this is really, really cool. Nasty box to block the enemy with S3 goes hard. That is funny, you could do that. Yeah, no, this is kind of cool. I'll give this a +1 too. I will give every Liberator a -10 billion because of this module. This is a module that was not designed for anyone except metaoids who are mad that they can't heli drop Liberators. That's all this is. That's all this fucking is. This is a talent that is here because metaoids want to heli drop Liberators. That, like, I liked Mjolnir because even though his S3 is, like, super strong, you still had to wait 40 seconds before you could activate it. So it helped balance him out. But now it's just like, now you don't got it. You can wait 20 seconds. What is Windscoot's module again? It's the same thing. This is the trait is everyone. Everyone just has half of their attack charge immediately. And I'm just like, God damn it. Why? That's stupid. It's just like, I don't know. I just, like, it is a module that was purely designed for, like, heli dropoids who hate the idea of planning and don't know how to approach stages and just throw operators at the stage until it dies. So, this gets a +1. This gets a +1. This gets a +1. I'm not going to give this a rating. It does interact with her skills quite well, but I don't think it really defines her. It interacts with her skills in a cool way, but I'm going to say that more is a benefit of the skill design rather than her design. And then her S1 gets a +1, so she's at +4. It wasn't Lazy's fault, you fool. I hate you now. I mean, it kind of is, though. Because the module was released after her. Was it? Was it released after her, like right before her? This was released around the same time that Lazy came out. I think it was slightly before. But, okay, +4. That is strong. Okay, so I think Carnelian... Okay, I think I will add an extra tier to this. I don't remember the height of my things. I don't think V got a +4. Skady was a 3, Represso was a 3. I think Crackbone was a 3. Was Thumpy a 3? Do you guys remember that? I think Thumpy was just a 3. And I think V was also a 3. I could be wrong. Did I rate V higher than a 3? Is that lined up? There we go. Fuck. Come on. It's lagging. God damn it. It's like horrendously lagging. Come on. There we go. We'll get it. Give that a nice cool purple. But yeah, I do think Lazy has some issues, but I do think that she is a very well-designed operator. Because I do agree that she has issues, but I don't think that they are something that I think takes away from her kit. Fuck. What? What happened? What happened? Okay. +4. Okay. Now I take you and I cut you. No. What is happening? +4. Cut. Paste. Okay. Why was that so difficult? Okay. Okay, that's... Is that centered? Probably not. Who cares? Who cares? This is just what we're doing now. What is this weeb shit I'm listening to? Why is it kind of good? Fuck. I know, I was right. Okay. Sounds familiar. I don't know. Okay. There we... Alright, I gotta scroll up. Oh, it's like slightly too big. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. It's like slightly too big. I can increase the crop, I guess. So I'm the actual just L stream. Bottom to 100 to 110 to 105. What? To 100 to 90 to 50 to 30 to 40. Okay. Okay, there's the fucking tier list or whatever. Okay, that took fucking forever. Alright. So I don't think anyone else got higher. But yeah, lazy is really up there. Cause like +3 is like a perfect score for a 5-star. And then a +3 is like this is a good 6-star. It's like higher than that, it's just like this is a really good 6-star. Okay, we're talking about Thorns. Thorns the Lodestar. Alright. Damn, Mablana +5 will be a big surprise. Can you give me a gist for Reprisa's scoring? I like that she has a very strong... She is Dusk. She is Dusk, but a 5-star. End of story. She's Dusk, but she's a 5-star. And she doesn't summon things. End of story. You know what? We can add Dusk to the list. Dusk. Okay. So, Thorns the Lodestar. He's the 6-star alchemist. Hypergriff, please give us another fucking alchemist. You can't introduce the coolest fucking subclass in the game and then just forget about them. Attack plus 14%. When there are operators within attack range, alchemical units thrown by this unit last 4 seconds longer. This basically just says chemical units last 4 seconds longer. Because in what... I feel like it would be harder to deploy... to use Thorns without operators nearby. I don't even understand how that would work. So I'm just giving that a 0. Alright, I didn't add Kobe. I guess we should add Kobe. Someone was talking about Kobe. I forgot to add her. Look at her Reprisa's module name. Doesn't it like say something about Dusk? Not like her specifically, but it's like a weird... It just says something. When deployed, all allies have attack speed +5, and enemies have attack speed -5. Effect is doubled for allies and enemies in a straight line of... Effect is doubled for allies and enemies in a straight line of 6 or more consecutive tiles. Straight line is better defined as rows and columns, hence the talent applies to rows and columns of at least 6 passable tiles on the map. Effect is doubled for allies and enemies in a straight line of 6 or more consecutive tiles. 6 passable tiles on a map without intervening non-passable tiles or walls, which would be marked as a visual effect. What am I... What is this? What does this mean? So he gives 5%... He gives 5 more attack speed to operators who are in a line... It means hallways. They show the tiles when you deploy them. Okay, okay. Does the 5 attack speed difference matter for this rating? Does that really define him? Are you guys out here being like, oh fuck yeah, that's a line that I can use with Thorns the Lodestar to give my operator 5 more attack speed? Like, is that what like we're cooking? Is that like what makes him what he is? Like, is this? Did any of you remember that he had this talent? Because I didn't even know this existed. Did any of you... Are any of you just like, fuck yeah, I love his second talent. That's exactly why I use him. I didn't even know this was a thing. I don't know what to say. So this gets 0 and this gets a 0 because they don't fucking do shit. All right. Throws an alchemical unit at an ally for 8 seconds. This ally and other allies in the 8 surrounding tiles gain defense plus 100 and recover HP equal 20% of HP every second. All right. It's a... what's interesting about Thorns' S1, something that I always fuck up when I do use him, is that I always think that it's like Tin Man's like S1. I always have that expectation. So where, no, it's just like, here is a alchemical unit that he throws out that has a fixed range. It doesn't like do its own thing. So it's just like, all right. But yeah, it's an alchemical unit that is a defensive buffer and heals. All right. If you give him a cool battery, you can stack this on top of each other and do some fun shit. That's always fun. If you can somehow spam the ever-loving shit about... I mean, actually, it already naturally stacks. It lasts 8 seconds. So there's like 3 seconds of overlap guaranteed. So... Wow, yeah, you know, you're just guaranteed overlap at level 7. Alright. Like, if you have a battery, you could spam the ever-loving shit about this. The most consistent enmity healing skill. I don't know if that's a good thing, but sure. Sure, it does what he's supposed to do. It gives you access to... Yeah, sure, +1. Very alchemisty. Alright, throws an alchemical unit for... Throws an alchemical unit. Why do you need to say that? Like, is that really that essential to say? Like, I kind of implied that. For 15 seconds, ground enemies will be around the landing point will receive 50% less healing and... Ground enemies around the landing point receive 50% less healing and recovery effects and take 180% attack damage per second. Allies within the recovery area recover HP equal to 18% of attack per second. Chemical unit will slowly travel in the direction it was thrown. Okay, so Thorns' S2 is really funny because it doesn't have a range. It just covers the entire fucking map very quickly and everything just gets healed and everything stops healing. I am curious if anyone has actually used Thorns' S1 for the anti-healing effect. Like, I really can't think of that many enemies that heal themselves. It's like, I know there's those annoying assholes from the Masses Travels that heal themselves. Like, those are kind of annoying. But yeah, it's like, outside of Mephisto, it's just like... And those enemies, I'm like, who the fuck heals themselves? Like, that's very, very niche. Takes 180 attack starts. So... What it kind of fucks with me is that why do both his S1 and his S2 heal? And it's like... His S1 is objectively better for healing. But at the same time, it's just like, why do they both need to heal? It's very bizarre. I don't really know why that's the case. Like, I would expect this skill to be more offensive because it has like a debuff and it's more... Does a lot of things. It's just like, why does this need to heal? That feels very bizarre. So it's just like, I kind of wish that... I kind of wish this wasn't there, or it leaned more into the offensive aspect of things. It's very bizarre. Are alchemists not a pseudo-healer? No, they're specialists. Like, Tin Man's S1 is a pure, like, pure debuffer, and his S2 leans more into healing. Like, and so Thorns' S1 leans more into healing, and his S2 leans more into damage. But it doesn't... to me, it just feels like, oh, Tin Man's S2 heals and does damage. Therefore... Thorns' S2 should also heal and do damage, but it's like, he already has a healing skill. So why do you need to also add that on here? You know what I mean? It feels like there's just, you're making less of a sacrifice by choosing his S2 over his S3, which I'm not a huge fan of, because I think it does take away a bit of the specialty of his S1. It's not to say that it replaces it, but I do think that just adding that healing kind of reduces a lot of the drive to use his S1 over his S2. And the thing is that, no, alchemists aren't just healers. Because, Tin Man, his S1 is just a debuff skill. And his S2 is more for healing. And you can use both of them for damage, because they both do damage. And so I kind of just wish this one was more focused on damage, rather than focused on healing. Because the range gets so big, that it basically just heals everyone and does damage to everyone. So it's, yeah. I'll still... I don't even know if I really want to give it like a +1. Because it is just kind of an alchemist damage skill, except it get like this is just Tin Man's S2, but it gets bigger. That's all this is. It's just Tin Man's S2, but with more upside, and it's just like that's not like interesting. That's not something that really makes Thorns stand out. That's just less reason to use Tin Man, and I'm just like, I don't really prescribe to that. You know, it's just like all this skill really adds to the table is that it gets fucking gigantic and it reduces enemy healing. Like, who gives a shit? That barely comes into account. Like, I kind of wish this skill just had a different focus. Like, it either leaned more into debuffing or it leaned more into damage rather than just being Tin Man's S2 but better. And so it's just like, that doesn't really help Thorns. That just gives you less reason to use Tin Man. And everyone has Tin Man. So it's just like, I don't get it. So I kind of just want to give this a 0 because I'm not really... I don't feel very confident in it. Like, it's a perfectly fine skill. You can use it. It does alchemist things. But it's not something that, I guess, really encourages me in a way. I don't know. Alright, S3. S3 is funny. Okay, passive effect. Attack range increases. I love that. It's hilarious. So he becomes a flanger. Activation effect. Throws an alchemical unit at 4 operators with the lowest block. For 23 seconds, enemies within the defined areas have attack -15, defense -35, res -35, doesn't stack, and also take 210% of attack surge damage per second. These effects gradually increase. So this is something that's really fucking fun. And really fucking silly. How long does the... Can 4 episodes block? For 23 seconds. Okay. So what this skill is really, really fun because it requires such a specific setup. It requires that you have to create a fucking like zone of death. You activate his S3 and you are rewarded very heavily by forming the zone of death. And I kind of love that. Because, no, I think this is a very difficult skill to pull off, and I think that is 100% the point. It is a very difficult skill to pull off, but if you can pull it off, you are rewarded with an insane amount of damage and debuffs. And I think that that is something that is so incredibly interesting for Arknights. That's something that really does give Thorns like a really interesting identity, something that excites you to want to use him in a situation where you're like, oh yeah, I can, well yeah, what if I did a Thorns S3 here? That would be really cool. I'm gonna do that. And so you do that with Thorns, and I could 100%, like, you manage to pull this off in, like, IS, and you're like, oh, fuck yeah. Or, like, he's like a build around, like, oh, I'm gonna put Kirara over here. I'm gonna put down Gravel for a second, activate the skill, and then just, and you just murder everything in the zone of death. And you have these insane debuffs that just, like, this skill 100% seems difficult to pull off. But it also seems incredibly fucking fun to pull off. And I think that is something that is really good. You know what I mean? Because you couldn't use the Chimera doll on that map. I needed the... What? I was about talking about something else. Like, I think this is really interesting. Doesn't really need to be a zone of death in a straight... Well, I mean, it's still a zone of death. You know what I mean. Praminix S2, brother. So, you can use fucking Ifrit. Like, who cares? This is fun. And it's more than just the halved defense. It also does a bunch of fucking damage. Like, you can't tell me this isn't fun as shit. You can't tell me that activating the zone of death isn't going to be really, really fun. It's like, oh, I'm just use Praminix. I'm like, you're missing out on all the damage he does. Like, everything. Like, he takes both Praminix and Chimera's debuffs, combines them, and then does a bunch of damage on top of that. That seems like a really fun payoff for this really weird fucking build around. This seems really, really fun. It's like, sure, if you want to play the game optimally, then yeah, you can just use actual debuffers. But if you want to do something fucking fun and silly, then blast, because you're like, yes, I created the mega zone of death. Is this not debuff slop? No, it's not debuff slop. Because you have to do such weird fucking positioning to actually pay this off. You really have to work for this to work. You have to make sure that you're Your lineup has like, oh, I need to make sure I have an ambusher over here. I need to make sure that maybe I have something over here. You really have to plan this out. You have to think about it beforehand. And you are really, really rewarded for pulling it off. There isn't, the debuff is a reward. To be honest, you could just throw gravel. Yeah, but you need 3 other operators. It's not just that. It's like, this is not slop because you actually have to work for it. This isn't just like a 6-star S3 that's just like, that just does all of the things just by clicking on the button. Like, you have to do extra things beyond just clicking on the button. And I think that's what makes this such an interesting fucking skill. Your mic gets cut off sometimes. It's probably because I'm peeking it, because I suck at talking. I'll try not to. But I think this is a really, really cool skill. Will I give it a +2, maybe? I think I probably need to use this to actually see how it feels before I give it like a +2. I'll give it a +1 for now. Sound cuts off randomly? It does? That's very bizarre. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what to do about that. If it keeps up, keep telling me, because I don't know what, I don't notice it. It's bizarre. Because like my mic seems fine. I don't know. But yeah, I think I'll give this a +1. So this gets a +1, this gets a 0, this gets a +1. This gets 0. So +2 overall. The mic only. Yeah, I don't know why that's the case, because the mic audio is fine on my end. You're not... No, wrong folder. Okay, so Thorns gets +2. Which... Alright, sure. Pretty cool. Alright, who's up next? Warfare? You know what? You know, it's been a while since I've reviewed just normal operators. It's fine. What's your take on Melanite? Someone wanted me to do Puncyrus. We can add Puncyrus to the queue. Do Puncyrus. And then we can do Melanite. Melanite was actually my first ever gacha 5-star. Melantha. Chat, what rating do we give Melantha? I think she's very clearly a +4. Like, have you ever activated a Melantha skill? Like, holy shit. Okay, so we got Warfarin. This feels fucking weird. It's like, who doesn't use Warfarin? Like, everyone uses Warfarin. Whether you're a metaoid or whether you're a niche nut, everyone uses Warfarin. It's like... What is there to say? Me, I don't have her. Oh, damn. I don't know, it feels like I'm just... Like, I don't even think about using Warfarin. I just use her. It's like, it's like trying to explain to my chat what breathing air is. You know what I mean? It's just like... You just play Warfarin. I don't... She's just good at her job. She does everything pretty good. I don't know. Alright. Okay. Alright, Warfarin's talent. Restores 2 skill points. Okay, the thing is with Warfarin is that she doesn't have an identity. She just does 3 separate things that are all really, really good. Like, Warfarin doesn't have an identity. She just has a theme of being like a vampire. Sure. And she just does 3 things really well with no actual cohesive theme. She could be 3 different operators. So restores 2 SP to an operator and a random to her and a random ally in range when an enemy in range is killed. This talent is fucking busted. This thing is absurd. But what I really like about her S1 is that you do actually kind of play around it a lot, especially if I'm using Warfarin's S1. Often, if she runs out of enemies that die in her range, her S1 might be a little too slow and my operator dies. So you often need to feed into her SP in order for it to work. It also incentivizes some really interesting like squad building because it's a random ally in range. So sometimes you want to reduce the amount of allies in Warfarin's range to focus on a specific target, but by also reducing her range, you also need to make sure that the enemies are actually dying in her range. So it requires some really interesting positioning in order to make her work, and it never feels too overpowered. It never feels busted because it is conditional off of enemies dying. It only works in certain stages versus other stages. And so, like, as weird as it is to say, Warfarin's talent is really, really well designed, kind of on accident. Like, it is a talent that does kind of define a lot, not a lot of her gameplay, but That's the thing. Warfarin is three different operators combined into one. And so it's just like, this is a really, really interesting skill that does make you approach stages a little differently, and it is kind of interesting. It's a cool battery, but it also is conditional, so you can't just use it as your default battery. You can't just always use it as a battery. Like, yeah, in cases where you just want a battery, use Patopsis, but sometimes you want to use Warfarin because you want to focus that SP on like a specific operator, and it works. As weird as it says, there's a lot of cool gameplay that comes out of her talent. Is like wild as that fucking sounds. It's like, yeah, I'll give that a +1. Okay. You guys already know what the fuck I'm gonna say about this. You guys already know what I'm going to say about this. And I am going to say something that it should not be controversial, but because it's just objectively true. This is her default skill. If any of you, and I mean any of you, have her S2 M3'd and this at level 7, and you have her S2 set on by default, you are cringe, and you are missing out. This skill is fucking amazing. This is probably, like, the strongest medic skill, just period. That's obviously not fucking true, but this skill's fucking awesome. What operator is this? This is Warfarin. Can't tell? I have her S1 on M1. That's kind of funny. Why specific? Why M1? He just gave up. I really needed that 2% extra HP. That and Gavial S1. Gavial S1 is just a bit more generic, but this is really interesting because I think it's the only medic in the game that heals based off of a proportion of HP. And I think what's also really interesting about Warfarin's S1 is that it doesn't replace her healing. It actually works separately. This is a crit that is automatically activated. Very often, this is used as an additional heal on top of her attack cycle. So she'll heal, immediately gain an SP, and immediately use the skill like right after. It's a really interesting kind of thing. It gives you a really high heal and only activates when the target's lower than 50% HP, which is why it stores charges. Because she's also gaining SP when things are dying, so this thing can store up a bunch of charges really quickly, and so when your operators do get below 50% HP, she heals them by most likely a large proportion, because if you're using her right, you're probably using her with a high HP target. If you're using her with, like, you know, a Vanguard, then yeah, she's not going to heal that much, and you're probably better using Gavial. And so there are cases where, like, there's upsides and downsides to this thing. Sometimes you want to be activating the skill when she's above 50% HP. So it's like, her S1 is really, really cool, and often it does feel like it needs gas. It needs fuel in order for it to work, and I'm saying that as a good thing. I'm not even saying that as a criticism, because this is such a strong skill. The fact that she's a medic and she attacks once basically every 3 seconds means that, like, it takes a while for this to charge up, and so she's often reliant on her talent to gain that SP, or sometimes you just need a lot of downtime to store those charges. And so there is a lot of nuance that goes into her S1 that I think makes it a really interesting skill, despite being so simple. And it's just like, fuck. Oh, I love this skill. And obviously, it works insanely well with Crushers, because she's going to be healing them for like 2,000 HP. It's crazy. 4 charges are unnecessary since the target has a lot of HP, she's going to burn through them instantly. Well, no, because she only activates the skill when their HP is lower than 50%. So in Crushers, which are operators with the highest HP and the littlest defense, more often than not, she only needs to activate this once to get them above 50% HP. And I don't think there's ever been a case where she's needed to do that twice. Maybe. I don't know. Because again, this doesn't actually replace her attacks. It's alongside her attacks, which is really, really strong. So it sometimes acts like a Pinecone S1 where you activate it, where it gets activated in the middle of her attack cycle. So it is a really, really strong skill. But again, it also has the drawback of being very slow because it's offensive recovery. It often feels like it can be a little restrictive sometimes. So it doesn't just end up being like the strongest thing fucking ever. So big +1. This is a really, really well-designed skill. Why is the music cutting out? Music's just pausing. Just like, Lamau, what if I... What is this? What is this? Do I gotta refresh the page? Is it just over? Is my computer just like crying because I have too many windows open or something? What the fuck? What happened, music? I think it just gave up. I think my music just gave up. I think it's just fucking over. Okay. Warfare's S2. Was that... What the fuck is with the music? It's just over. Why is it stopping? That's so mean. Okay, chat, I don't know if we can do the music anymore. It's just not working. Alright, no more music. Okay, I'm gonna close it and reopen it. What the fuck is going on? No, that's the wiki. What am I doing? MSR, fix your website. Okay, let's hope that... No, it's what? Alright, no more music. The MSR website's just fucked. Alright, it's okay. No one cares. No one's listening to the music anyways. You all want to listen to my beautiful voice, don't you? Alright, that kind of sucks. Okay, so... Okay, now it feels weird that there's no music. Now I don't know what to think. I feel uncomfortable now. Alright, so... I kind of want to open up Arknights just so I can have the music on in the background. Ugh. Oh yeah, also PC client. Fuck yeah. Who here's a fucking PC? Who here's fucking client gamer? Why? I can't believe it took him this long. Like, it's crazy. Also, why does the launcher not automatically close when I start the game? Why would I want the launcher to stay open? Why does it do that? Like, there's no option to automatically, like, shut it down. That's so annoying. I don't get it. I don't get it. It runs really well. It runs, like, it actually, like, impressed me how well Arknights runs. Because I have it, like, running at, like, 120 FPS now. And it's like, wait a minute. This game can look good? What the fuck? It's crazy. It's just, like, I can't believe that, like, Arknights can look this good. I thought Arknights could only look like shit because of my... Yeah, the load times are pretty good. I'm already into the game. I'm already in the game. Thank you, Hypergriff. Fucking thank you. You have ascended onto all of us. Although, okay, my only criticism is that we need customizable cursors. I want to be able to choose like a different cursor than Priestess. Give me like a Hoderer hand or something. Give me the Crusher icon. Give me the Crusher like subclass icon as my cursor. Let me do that. It's such a... I love the client. It's so good. I can't believe it took them this fucking long, though. It's like every gacha game that is... Because what's funny is that, like, Arknights is, like, the only gacha game nowadays that actually is playable on a phone. Like, every other gacha game feels like it's meant to be a PC game. You know what I mean? Alright, we're gonna turn off Hoderer's voice, sadly, but... Okay, now we just have music playing. Okay. Okay, back to Warfare. Fuck. Volume when minimized. On. Okay. I forgot I turned that off. Okay. So, Warfare's S2. Warfare and a random ally within range obtain the following stats. Attack plus 90%, loses 3% or max HP per second, lasting 15 seconds. It is a really, really strong buff. And I kind of wish that Warfare's attack buff wasn't as strong as it was, because I think it leads to a lot of situations where it makes a lot of other buffers less impressive by comparison. She doesn't leave a lot of room for other pure buffers to do their own thing, because she's a medic, which means less squad building cost, and you just get this like 90% attack compared to someone like Winflit, where you have to put in the work to have an 80% attack, and it's just like, eh. It's not to say that there aren't drawbacks and upsides to also using Winflit, but it's just like, it is a very bizarre kind of thing where it's not that I'm against it being this high just conceptually, but more that I think it prevents a lot of operators from being buffers, lest they be power crept by Warfarin. So it's just like, eh. What's interesting though is that, yeah, the 3% HP loss per second. Like, the whole idea of it is that now Warfarin is now distracted, and she sucks at being a medic because she can only heal herself and the operator she's healing. And losing that 3%, like, if you've used, if you've ever used, what the hell is his name? If you've ever used Shalem, you would know that, like, this is actually, like, a pretty significant downside. Now, since she is a medic, that is something that, since she's a medic, she can naturally make up for it. It's barely a downside in isolation, but it does decrease her effective healing because she has to focus her healing on the operator that's losing that HP. She can't focus in on an operator that might need it, so it might lead her to be distracted. Another interesting aspect about this skill is that it is random. And I think that that is a core element of why it can be balanced compared to like other core buffers, because you have to properly build your squad. You have to properly put up your lineup in a way where Warfarin is always buffing the thing you want to buff. And if you're doing that and the only thing in her range is the thing you want to buff, she is now less effective as a medic because you don't have other things in her range. And so there is that trade-off where if you want her to be a good buffer, you're going to... If you want her to be a good buffer, you're going to minimize her role as a medic. And if you want her to be a good medic, then her buffer role is going to be less consistent because it targets a random ally. And so it does require some interesting squad composition and trying to make sure that you are positioning her in the right way and that you're actually buffing things that you want. And so I do think that this is a really cool like way of handling this. Again, I think this might be a bit too high, but I don't really think it's that big of a deal. I do think that this is a really interesting skill. It is nice to have a skill that has a long skill cycle nowadays. So I'll give this a +1. So I think overall, I think she gets a perfect score of 3, which is perfect for a 5-star. Rate Gallus. No. Is there to fucking say about Gallus? All right, next up, Executor, the X-Photoray. You know what, chat? Chat, do you guys want to take a break? Do you guys want to take a break for a bit? Okay, we're going to take a break for a bit. We're going to take a gambling break. We're going to take a gambling break. No, you stay here. Okay, you go away. We're gonna take a gambling break because I'm so because of this stupid thing, we got because of the money that Hypergriff or Yostar gave me. So it's gambling time. Song request time? I don't think the music's gonna work. But okay, actually, you know what? There is one song that I have to play when I'm gambling. Because I remember I played this when I was gambling for Ulpianus and I got him. So maybe that's what I need. Maybe that's what I need. I think we have to. Okay, hopefully you guys can hear that. You guys can hear that, right? Is that loud enough? Okay, tracks to come. We have to move you. I like how we're not even doing this for a 6-star. We're doing it for a fucking 5-star. Alright. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. We're doing it for the 5-star. Okay, so far so good. Come on, repress up. Please. Win scoot. Come on, this is Yostar money. Come on. Okay, I think this is the next one. I actually don't know if it's the next one. Bullets to wars and nothing's won. Come on. Fuck! Damn it! man. No blue box. Come on. 3? There's no way I don't. There's no way I don't. There's no way I don't. Please. I lost the... Please. I have 2 more. There's no way I don't get it. Please. There's no way. There's no way I don't get her. Please. Why? 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 What did I do? Three times in the same banner. 3 different casters. What did I do to deserve this? Hypergriff. Hypergriff, what did I do to deserve this? 40 pulls. No, it's more than 40. It's a lot more than 40. No, because I got bologna. No, it's like 60. Often they lie to us just to make a profit. Everybody lost it, that's why I'm making paths on my own. The king falls and his men call for the throne, while the people that keep everybody breathing is grieving. So why should we attack? It all falls back. I've been down to fight, but what happens when the screen goes black? I call upon the elements, the weapons on my back, while I run upon the settlement. No matter who comes in the way, what did I do? I'll settle it. From armies to the mercenaries to the kings and queens and myself. Just because I'm level-headed doesn't mean I don't need help. So get up, everybody need to move. Just get up, everybody need to move. Fight for a cause and it don't matter if you lose. So this might be your one chance, you can withdraw. I'll take all your deep cuts, I'll take it all. I am every mirror, you're just a wall. Thank you, WTF, thank you. All I want is the funny cat.
Anything else you want to know?
Guess you gotta use that 20 for repressor.
You'll take it all.
I kinda have to.
Musical notes emoji.
I mean, I already spent... There's no packs to fucking buy. No, I don't have yellow certs. I spent them all on pulling, and I didn't get her. There's no packs to buy. All this is shit. None of it's worth it. Orienting headhunting pack. 2 more 10 rolls for $26. God fucking damn it. Like imagine spending like 60, like, I'm only doing this because it's not actually my money. You know, this is a gift card that was given me to buy a Yostar for a thing. I can't actually imagine spending 60 of my real dollars on a fictional anime character that isn't real. Especially a fucking 5-star. I don't understand. I don't get it. Accounts for 50% of the odds when pulling a 5-star. I pulled 4 snow hunters. So I pulled an extra 3 not even snow hunters. I pulled that surfer. I pulled, I think, I know there were like at least 2 other operators I pulled for. 2 other 5-stars that weren't snow hunter that other day. I think I've probably gotten 5 other 5-stars that weren't repressa. Statistically, that shouldn't happen. Like statistically, that can't happen. They didn't even give me an extra snow hunter, so I can't even max pot her. She's not even max pots. Like, I genuinely got like 10 5-stars. 10 5-stars So it's like I lost the it's a 25% chance to get Repressa. I lost that 25% chance 10 times. What are the odds that that triggers? Okay, so I have a 75% chance to do something. The odds of doing that 10 times in a row, that impossible. What are the fucking odds? It's like, again, I only, like, am even doing this because it's not my fucking money. It's so fucking... I did not spend OP. No, I spent OP on, something very important. Using OP on gacha is a complete fucking waste because you're guaranteed to get a blue bag every single time. This is what I spend my OP on. It was 100% fucking worth it. I use my OP on sanity refreshes because that translates into resources that help me with progression and are guaranteed versus why not the Val skin? I like it. Well, cause I don't know. I'm not just gonna get a skin for every operator I like. Like the skin has to be worth it in and of itself. And it's just like, it's not an amazing skin, I guess. It's just, but basically it's just over. Now I'm just sad. I'm just sad. This is actually how just gambling addiction starts. You know, it's just like, oh, well, it's just over. For the moral support, thank you, Logo.
Anything else you want to know?
For the moral support.
I think I've done my Annie's, my Annihilation so far. But yeah, thank you guys for the donos today. I've never got this many donos before, like, ever. So I do think I do owe you guys some more polls. But keep in mind, I would never spend any of my own actual money on Arknights. I'm only going to spend money that I physically can't spend on anything else. You know, I'm never actually going to spend any of my money on Arknights. I will spend an absolute shit ton of my money on Magic the Gathering, but I will not spend... Show me your Annies. Oh, they did change the UI. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, no, like this is exactly how gambling addiction started. It's just like they give me free. This is how casinos win. They give you free money, you spend it, and now that you've spent money, it's easier for you to spend more money. I think I have enough. Again, I'm not spending my own money. It should be hyperglyph money. Should still be hyperglyph money. I am $2 short. All right, never mind. I am literally $2 short. I'm not. I am $1 short of actually getting the more pulls. It's over. That's hilarious. Okay. I am literally $1 short of free money. You know, it's crazy because one of the gift cards they gave me didn't even work. Also, they'd only give me like $50 and it's supposed to be 100. I don't know. I really want Repressa. She seems really fun and I just don't get her. For some fucking reason. I don't know. Even though I wish you get Repressa, but I kind of wish you don't because that's funny. Thanks. Thanks. I put her on support. Yeah, but I want her. I don't want someone else to. I don't want someone else's. I want her. Okay, if it's only $1, it's fine. I don't want to add my fucking card to this. God damn it. All right. It is only like $1 of difference. I don't know if that works though, if it'll take the rest out of the card and then the rest goes to... Because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to use the other 2 10 pulls and won't fucking get her. Because again, I don't want to put my card on this thing. Because I don't want to do that. But at the same time, it does fucking bother me to get Repressa. Whatever. I haven't spent any actual money. I'm not going to spend the $1. But, yeah, it does just suck. Alright, so we'll talk about Executor. I'm not going to put my card into it. I'm not. Although, the thing is, though, is that you guys gave me money. And so, in my mind, it's just like, well, you guys are paying for the gambling, so it's fine. So it's just like, you guys gave me money, so it's like, but then again, that just opens up the floodgates of just like, well, now it's easier to spend money, and you don't want to do that. So I'm just not gonna fucking do it. Yeah, it's over. Because the worst part is I already wasted a bunch of fucking, I wasted so many pulls trying to get her, and I just didn't. So attacks, okay, we're talking about Executor. Let's just stop talking about my inability to get the 5-star I wanted, because I missed her 10 times in a row. Alright. Attacks have a 23% chance to hit twice. This chance increases by 5% for each ammo consumed while the skill is active, resetting when the skill ends. So it... I mean, alright, that's fine. I think for Reaper... for Reapers, I do think that it is fine to do some extra hits. That's cool. You know, and it's an extra reward for leaning into his ammo skills. So, alright, sure. Give this a... Would I give this a +1? Does this really... does this really form his identity? I guess so. He is an ammo-based operator. I give this a +1. If every latch 1 operator deployed increase the ammo count of this unit's ammo... Yeah, I don't care. 0. His double hit gives him SP. Alright. I guess that also kind of synergizes with this thing. 10 out of 10 op. That is not true. And I'm going to tell you why very quickly. Attack range expands. Attack plus 50%. Attacks ignore 400 defense. Okay. Executor is not a Reaper. I don't know why the fuck he's a Reaper. What the fuck is this shit? This is not a Reaper. This is a, what do you want to call it? I wish we could just play some music. Man. But I want to play music. And I feel just very lonely now. But I hope the MSR website doesn't just break. Maybe it's fine? I don't know. He is a grounded spread shooter. He's not a fucking Reaper. Yeah, no, he's a spread shooter. So it's just like, attacks ignore 400 defense. Okay, so that means he just ignores defense, which again is that thing that I don't want my Reapers to be doing. The attack plus 50% is fine on its own, but again, it also leans into this ignoring 400 defense, which is not something that Reapers should be fucking doing. Isn't 400 defense ignore like OG X2 model? No, it's 250. Not even close. So it's just like, no, this isn't something that should be put on a Reaper. This gets a -1. It's a reference to his original. Yes! And the thing is that I like alters that reference their original. However, that reference has to serve the new operator in a meaningful way that works with their subclass. That's a huge reason why Exucia the New Covenant's fucking garbage. Because I'm not gonna get into that. But the thing is that yes, you can have Executor reference his original form, but you have to do so in a way that serves the new subclass that he is. It has to feel like an evolution, not a betrayal of his fucking subclass. And so this just turns him into a Reaper that can also deal with high defense targets. And it's just like, that's not, Reapers shouldn't be good against that. Reapers shouldn't just be complete lane holders. That's not what they should do. Attack plus 80%, defense plus 80%, block plus 1. Upon receiving a melee attack from enemy, there's 40% chance to dodge and reload and ammo. Alright, sure. What about Hoshiguma and Blaze? I don't think those two reference their originals that much. Maybe Hoshiguma... Blaze kind of does with her second talent, but I also think that's a detriment to their design. Hoshiguma alter is just terrible. She does reference her original design with her Thorns attack. She does do that on one of her skills. It's fucking terrible though. But 6 shots, by the way. He still has the downside of the Reaper. He's still effective most because he had a crit skill. What has 6 shots? What are you talking about? Like, the Reaper shouldn't ignore defense. End of story? Like, no, he does ignore the downside. You activate the skill, and he ignores the downsides of being a Reaper. And it doesn't matter that he doesn't have a crit, because he still overcomes defense. That's a problem. That I don't care if he doesn't have a crit. This is he shouldn't ignore defense. End of story. Attack 80%, defense 80%, attack blocks 1 attack. Isn't the downside of a Reaper not being able to be healed? That is one of their downsides, yes. But the main use of a Reaper is that they're meant to be sort of swarm clearers. They're very self-sufficient, and them having that self-heal is obviously compensated for by the fact that they can't be healed. But Reapers are more attack speed based rather than instance damage based. They're meant to be really good at dealing with peons. They're meant to be really good at dealing with a lot of different enemies at once. And you even see that built into their trait. They heal more when they're hitting more targets. But they will struggle against higher defense targets. They will struggle against single targets. They will struggle in duels where they're only against one heavy tanky enemy. Because although they do have a bunch of defense, their healing is not enough to compensate for that loss, and their damage output is more attuned towards dealing with swarms, not towards dealing with heavy defense targets. And I think that is an important aspect of how they function that helps balance them. So that you can't just use them in every situation. Because being more duelist-oriented is something that Mushas are more designed for. And so when you have an operator that does actually function quite well against enemies with high defense, now his use cases expand beyond what Reapers are normally good against to just encompass killing more stuff. And I don't think that's something that we should be doing in design. We shouldn't be just giving operators the ability to deal with enemies that they otherwise shouldn't. That's the main problem with like Entelekia as well. It's a big problem with Entelekia, and I don't think that a problem with like Executor as well, so you just can deal with higher defense targets. Skilled upon receiving a melee attack from an enemy, there's 4% chance to dodge. The thing is that this can also help reward him for being put against swarms. Because the idea is that you use him against like a bunch of enemies, use him against a bunch of swarms, and so they're all hitting him at once, increasing the chance that he's going to dodge and reload an ammo, letting the skill retain. So this is a skill that does work a lot better against swarms and is something that is more oriented towards being a Reaper. The attack modifier might be a little high. I'm not too offended by it. It's not that crazy. This is definitely just a lane holder skill, but it's something that actually fits within his identity as a Reaper. And it is something that I do think works. I don't know about FedEx. He'll stand out because he rely on big number. Yet Reaper's attack speed based self-heal survivability. Correct. That is a lot of my criticism. Is that he shouldn't be doing big number. He should be doing many number. And so this actually does fit into what Reapers want to be doing. I do think that giving him the ability to dodge might be a little silly, because if you are putting up against in a dueling scenario, you know, the enemy he dodges hits from enemies that should be lethal to him, but I doubt his healing is going to be enough to overcome it, so it doesn't really matter. I'd give this a +1. I think this is a lot better compared to like his S1. Although I do think his attack might be a little too high, but that's something I need to try out with. Alright, S3. Attack interval lengthens, attack range expands, attack plus 180% each time. Each time ammo is consumed, attack increases by additional 6%, additional 30 stacks, increases the trait effect increases the trait HP recovery effect to 3 times. Okay. This is slop. 400 flat is much. That's the difference between a medium and heavy defender. Yes. This is slop. His entire point is backloaded damage, low attack speed, and when he's fighting boss strong elites, hard enough to get shit forced to I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I think you're seeing that his entire point is backloaded damage, but that's literally just this effect on his S3 and not the rest of his skills. Like, that's just one aspect to his S3 and not the rest. I think you only use his S3, which I don't think is very fair. And even then, attack interval increases, so now he no longer attacks fast, which is why which would be a downside, but they also increase his HP recovery, so it's no longer a downside. So there's no actual downside to this. Attack range expands, attack plus 180%, which is way too high for a fucking Reaper, and then gets even more attack and then does a bunch of extra damage. This is S3 slot. At least it is an offensive recovery skill, so it's not absurd. But this is definitely S3 slot. This is I click button, he kill thing, haha, I go burr. It's like this is slop. Like, this is not something that I find very interesting. Does it go against? It does kind of go against what he's supposed to be as a Reaper, because again, he's now less about dealing with swarms and more about dealing with heavier targets. And I'm just like, I can't do that. So the problem is his damage. Yes, the problem is that he's focused on instance damage and not instances of damage. He's still a Reaper. Not really. Like, what do you define as a Reaper? Like, him overcoming defense quite easily with this kind of attack boost is not something that Reapers do. Reapers should not overcome that level of defense. Reapers should focus on swarms. Reapers should be about sort of their own self-sufficient AoE lane holders. He just hits harder than other Reapers. Yes, that's the criticism. Okay, so if I give you a marksman, and that marksman does 3,000 instance damage and attacks once every 2 seconds, they're not a marksman anymore. Can I lower the music? Oh yeah, I did reduce the sound of that. Then that is no longer a marksman. And that is what Executor is. He is a marksman that attacks slower and does more damage, which makes him no longer a marksman. Platinum? The thing is with Platinum is that you have to really work for that. It is an unlimited duration skill. And yeah, she does focus a bit more on instance damage, but it isn't something that you can just deploy and she does the thing. You have to work for it. In order to actually get that damage bonus, you need to put in a lot of time of having a skillless kind of thing. Like there is a downside to Platinum's S2. But this is something that is very dumb. This is something that I don't really support. It is just a Reaper. Because the thing is that he doesn't add anything interesting to the Reaper subclass. He just makes it easier to use. It would be better if he was a Centurion. Honestly, kind of, yeah. I would be more fine with this if he was a Centurion. But the fact that he is a Reaper is like, this doesn't fit him very well. Like, yeah, I do think that if he was a Centurion, this would probably be a bit better. It wouldn't work flavor-wise because he has a gun. He plays like a Reaper and he literally has the same weaknesses as his peers. He's the worst Reaper during his downtime because he has no crit skill. Well, what? That doesn't even make sense. You could say that with La Pluma's S2, that she has no crit during her downtime because you're not using her crit skill. You don't always default to a Reaper's crit skill. That's not true. That doesn't even make sense. Like, no, he doesn't have the same weaknesses. He overcomes part of that weakness. That's the problem. That's the criticism. That he ignores part of the weakness of the subclass. That's part of the criticism. That this is an attack modifier that should not be put on a Reaper. And it's just like, no, I'm not going to really say that he will play like a Reaper. He will play like a I kill things. Auto recovery skill. So? Why does that matter? First off, he has a talent that makes that easier to fucking trigger, so I don't even know what you're talking about. And second, who cares? Why does it matter that it's offensive recovery? It's not like they're absurdly long. Every other Reaper S2 is auto recovery. So? Why does that matter? It's just like, oh, well, La Pluma's, I get to activate her. Do you only use a Reaper when their skills are active? Are you saying that Executor is fine purely because there is skill downside, there is skill downtime, and he has to attack to charge his skills? Like, what are you talking about? That doesn't mean anything. Just because he has, sure, that is a balancing mechanism, but you'll also notice the skills don't exactly take that long to charge. Like 12 attacks, especially when he has a chance to attack twice, that doesn't seem like that's going to take that long to really charge. And if you physically can't use a Reaper, like, you can't let him attack 12 times? He's just so weak? Like, no, that doesn't make any fucking sense. No, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, there's nothing wrong with him having offensive skills. That's not even part of my criticism. And it's like, that doesn't even make him harder to use. Like, sure, I guess it makes it harder that you can't just AFK with him. I mean, I guess you kind of can. It's like, Hoshiguma Alter has an offensive recovery skill. That doesn't make it... Not deconstructing my points, by the way. I don't understand your points. I don't understand what you're saying. Like, what you're saying is that, okay, he's balanced because he has offensive recovery, and offensive recovery is harder to trigger than auto recovery, except that's not explicitly true. In some cases it can, in other cases not. There are cases where this will probably cycle quicker than auto recovery skills because there's less charge, and against more enemies this might charge quicker. Like, it is contextual. That doesn't mean anything. Like, oh, he doesn't have a crit skill? So? I don't again, he has a crit talent. I don't know if you've noticed this, but crit skill, all of the Reaper crit skills make them hit twice. And he has a talent that makes them hit twice. A fourth of the time. So all of his skills are the crit skill that you're saying that he doesn't have. So you're wrong? I'm saying he's balanced because his downtime is the worst. But when his element is the strongest. Yeah, but that's not true. His downtime isn't the worst because it's ammo-based. And ammo-based is the easiest to, like, worry about. Ammo is better than not ammo. And again, his downtime isn't that bad. Because again, like, okay, 8 attacks? That's not that terrible. And then this is a 50% uptime, basically. So he attacks 8 times with this absurd attack, and then for 8 other attacks, he doesn't have it. This is a 50% uptime. 8 of his attacks will not be charged. 8 of his attacks will be charged. 50% uptime. That's better than a crit skill. So he has 12 ammo, takes 12 charge. 12 attacks are not charged, 12 attacks are. So that's 50%. Except it's actually better than 50% because of his talent giving him effectively more SP. And more ammo. So your point is he does too much damage. Got it. Yes. My point is that I don't believe Reapers should... it's not that he does too much damage, it's how he does his damage. My point is that it's fine if a Reaper wants to attack 50 billion times per second like La Pluma. The fact is that they're still restricted by certain defense thresholds. This is the problem, is that he overcomes those defense thresholds. I don't care how much damage he does. He can do a bajillion damage per second. It's how the damage is dealt that I don't agree with. Because by overcoming defense thresholds, he now is lessened in weakness. He now loses one of the weaknesses that is normally innate to the Reaper subclass. That is the problem. So most of the time he doesn't function like a Reaper. And if you think he does, I have a feeling you don't use other Reapers. Other than, I guess, maybe La Pluma, because La Pluma is considered good. So he isn't a Reaper because of how much damage he does. I think his S2 is a fine Reaper skill. I don't think he's not a Reaper overall. But I don't think that his skills should be put on Reapers. I think his S1 and his S3 are poorly designed. His S2, I have nothing wrong with that. Maybe the attack modifier is a bit high, but I think this should be fine. Highmore is my only other Reaper I play. Then, yeah, I think your opinion on what a Reaper is might be skewed. So, like, Reapers are not meant to be ignoring this much defense and overcoming that kind of defense. That's my criticism. And again, all of his skills have an over 50% uptime, so that is just incorrect. So, yeah, no. So, his first talent, I don't even think I gave this a rating. No, I think I gave this a +1. I don't have a problem with this. This I gave a 0. This gets a -1, this gets a +1, this gets a -1, so... I think it's just a 0. I think it's just a 0. Which I think I'm fine with. So I think Executor is as well designed as Wishadel. Still disagree, sadly, but just leave it at that. Okay, I don't... Sure. Alright, you can go and play with Executor. I really don't care if you like Executor. Alright, Kyobei. Alright, here's me more being negative. Alright, each attack does additional arts. Okay, so she's a core caster. It is important that she is a core caster, because you will forget that she's a core caster. Actually, yeah, hilariously, he suffers from the same problem Wishadel does, where he's on instances of damage-based subclass, and he focuses on instance damage. That's the problem. Each attack deals additional arts damage equal to 40% of the target's defense. The thing is that there is really nothing inherently wrong with this talent, because what are you using? It rewards you for using her correctly. It's like, oh, what are you using core casters against? Against enemies with high defense. Okay, so here's a talent that rewards you for using her correctly. All right. I think it's fine. I think, again, it kind of leans into early Arknights designs. No, I know. I am complimenting it. I'm complimenting it. I think it's kind of weird because I do think it's very, very simple. But I do think that this is... I think it's cool. And again, it leans into that kind of what I was talking about earlier. Of early 6 stars don't really feel like they're trying to do their own thing. They're just the best version of their own sub. And not the best version, but they just really try and exemplify what their subclass is about. And Kyobei does do that. Use me against high defense targets. Alright, cool. Another friendly units in the surrounding 4 tiles. Attack speed plus... okay, this gets a +1. This gets a 0 because I don't give a shit. Okay. Attack increases the attack of the next attack by 210%, prioritizing enemies that are not blocked, and binding them for 3 seconds. You know what this is? This is just, like, Huli XS1. This is literally just Huli XS1. This is Huli XS1. That's what this is. That's what this is. It's Huli XS1. You use it. It has a crowd control effect. It's single target. Huliek is a bit more conditional, and it has the ability to be multi-target. But I think it's really funny that this is basically just Huli XS1. So I don't know what you really want me to say about it. It's a crowd control skill that does what it's supposed to do. It prioritizes enemies that aren't blocked. I think there's some cool shit you could maybe do with that. I think that can sometimes be a downside. So honestly, +1. This is all right. This is all right. Attack interval is reduced greatly, and attacks prioritize the enemy. What happened to this? What happened to this? What happened to this kind of 6-star design? Like, it's just attack interval reduces, does a utility thing. What happened to this? What happened? Why can't we go back to this? I miss when Arknights was this. I do. This was best Arknights, and I wasn't even there for it. I'm missing a time I wasn't even there for. I'm an absolute just fucking LARPer. +1. It does what it's supposed to do, and it synergizes with her talent really well because now she's attacking really fast. So the fixed damage that she's doing with her talent is even better. You don't miss it, you LARPer. Weren't you like 3 years ago? No, I'm a LARPer, yeah. So it's just like this synergizes really well with her talent because by increasing her attack interval, she's gaining this fixed instance of damage a bunch. You know, and then she prioritizes enemies with the highest defense. You know what I've always been fucking asking for? Give us a Steward altar, please. Give me a 5-star Steward. I really want just Steward on a 5-star kit. Give me that ability to prioritize the highest defense on a 5-star caster. Fucking please. We have it on Kyobei. I would like it on a 5-star, but yes, that is the thing. Yes, correct. Thank you. +1. Beautiful. Okay. Okay. What the fuck is this? What is this? Who made this? Okay, so I talk about how like Chen Alter somehow manages to not do the one thing that their subclass is supposed to do. So it's like, yeah, Chen Alter is an arts guard, yet she does physical damage. Like that's literally the only thing that you have to do. And so with Kyobei, she has an S3 that does physical damage and prioritizes enemies with the lowest defense. The thing is that we have, like, Tamimi. And Tamimi's entire gimmick is the fact that she does physical damage on skill. That's her whole identity. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But the thing is that that's not what Kyobei's identity is. And she actually fights against it because she now prioritizes enemies with the lowest defense. What the fuck is this? And what's weird is that she doesn't increase her attack speed. She increases her attack. So by, like, why would, like, so, like, her attack boost doesn't even work that well with prioritizing enemies with the lowest defense? It's like, I don't get it. It's like, what if Tomimi, but on Kyobei? What is this? It is genuinely just so confusing. Because, yeah, it's like an anti-res caster enemy skill, except it lasts 60 seconds. So it's like you have, like, no real control over its uptime. You can't, like, it's not like, oh, there's an enemy with high res, so I'm gonna switch to her S3 and kill it, and then, like, deactivate the skill and switch back. It's just like, what is this? What am I looking at? Like, she literally turns into a marksman. What if Tomimi, but I am Kyobei? What the fuck does this mean? What is this? This is so unbelievably confusing. Like, I don't understand why this was put on her. Why this is on her ability. Like, it's so bizarre. It's just like, now she's a besieger with marksman range, and I don't get it. No, she's a Deadeye. She's a Deadeye. She turns into a Deadeye. I think Kyobei was meant to be a Swiss Army knife type operator. Yeah, but the thing is that her S1 and her S2 actually do, like, work with her being a fucking core cast. That's the thing, is that she's a core caster. Why am I using a core caster to do physical damage to enemies with low defense? Like, why is that the goal? Why is my caster doing physical damage? It's like, why can't you just put this on a sniper? Like, I don't understand. Who the fuck's using this skill? Who the fuck's using this? Oh, we have the Narantia theme too. Look at that. That's funny. So her altar can be a corrosion elemental cat. Don't say that. No, don't say that. Brutus, don't say that. Because that means that it's not going to be Tomimi. I'd say because it's fun, but I never used it. Yeah, it's the thing is with roll compression is that roll compression. The thing is with roll compression is that roll compression shouldn't. Roll compression needs to come with downsides. Roll compression needs to have innate weaknesses that prevent it from overlapping with other operators who more specialize in that role. Kyobei is confusing because she doesn't really do that. She just has a skill that turns her into a sniper. And it's just like, I don't understand that. It's like, and I don't even understand if the utility of needing a caster that turns into a sniper is useful. It is bizarre. The thing is with roll compression is that the thing with roll compression is that roll compression, true. Actually just true. It's flavorful, but it's squeezing lemons onto a PPH. That is a good way of putting it. No, it's just very bizarre. It really is. I just don't really understand what this is doing on her kit. It's like, something that I kind of wish it would be was instead attack interval heavily reduces. She attacks incredibly fast, but now she does physical damage and prioritizes enemies with the lowest defense. So what happened, or maybe it like increases the effectiveness of her first talent. What I wish this skill was instead, I'm fine with it doing physical damage and prioritizing enemies with the lowest defense. What I want it to do is increase the damage that her talent does and heavily increase her attack rate. So the idea is that you want to use this in an environment where there is only one enemy with absurdly high defense. So, and she is entirely reliant on her talent for damage, because she's doing physical damage now. So now it doesn't fucking matter. So now she's attacking a shit ton, triggering her talent a shit ton against one enemy, because she prioritizes the enemy with the lowest defense. So if an enemy with a low defense comes in, she gets distracted. So like, I think you could make this really, really interesting and make it actually fit with her identity if you leaned more into how it synergizes with her talent. And so in that case, now it has an interesting, like, you know, duology with her S2, where her S2 is more consistent and it has better targeting, while her S3 has worse targeting, but can do infinitely more damage if you can set it up correctly. So it's like, I think there's something you could do with this, but it just contradicts why you're using Kyobei in the first place just so much. I don't understand why it's here. You know, it's like, you could have done something really cool, but I do think they, again, yeah, like someone said it earlier, it's like she's meant to be the Swiss Army knife operator, except they kind of just, like, this isn't something that is useful. It's just bizarre. It's really fucking bizarre. Skill is meant to kill exploding slugs. It's crazy how much anti-slug tech we have for the early game. It's funny. What if it increased a stat percent by matching the enemy's res? No, because I don't want my caster to be a marksman. That's the thing. It's like, I don't think that she should be a marksman. That's like my problem. It's a comically large hammer used for a comically low defense enemy trope. That is what this is, and I think it's very silly, and I don't know why the fuck it's on Kyobei, who's all about high defense targets. It's silly, it's a meme, it's fine. We can all look at this and be like, this is hilarious. This is ironically the best fucking skill in the game. But I also do think that this is stupid and shouldn't be on the kit. So it's just like, sure, this is hilarious. A big -1. Ironically, this is like a +2. Just like flavor-wise, just I don't give a shit, +2. If we're being serious, I'm giving this a -1. This is fucking stupid. So overall, -1, +1, +1, +1. So I think she gets a +2 overall. Which for a really old operator, that's pretty good. I actually thought I was going to rate her lower. Ah, no, not you. Hey, she's higher than Wishadel. That's all that matters. She's cute and high-end shrooms, not stupid. Isn't she like a child? Isn't she like a fucking, like, actual child who went to kindergarten with Bubble? Isn't she like a 7-year-old? She eats food and is like a child. Like, that's what she is. That's her personality. Alright. Alright, who's up next? Dusk. Okay, Nah, just short on brain power. So she's not a child, she just is stupid. Okay. Alright, there was someone who wanted me to do... I know it was Mr. Nothing. There was one other thing they wanted me to do. We can do Mr. Nothing. I do really like Mr. Nothing. Her body says young adult, but her mind says 10. And that's not something you want to be giving to an anime community. That's not something that you want to be giving to the Arknights community. He says with sweat. All right, let's talk about Dusk. Let's not talk about that anymore. Now I'm just sad. All right. All right. When Dusk or a Freeling defeats an enemy, her talent just actually just changes. That's funny. All right. When Dusk or a Freeling defeats an enemy, Dusk gains +2 attack, stacking up to 18 times. It does Splashcaster things. Because what do you want your Splashcasters to be doing? Killing a bunch of things. You have a bunch of Swarm. I summon Dusk. She killed them all. Now she have extra attack. I'm being rewarded for using her correctly by having her kill a bunch of things because she's a Splashcaster. Cool. Give that a +1. First attack after deployment will summon a Freeling. This is a classic example of here is a talent that rewards you for using the operator correctly. I love it. I love more. Please give me more of these. Please stop giving me talents that don't punish. Like, that's the duality of, like, 6-star design. It's like, we have the good talents are talents that reward you for using the operator correctly, and bad talents are talents that don't punish you for using the operator incorrectly. We need to punish the player for being stupid and reward the player for being smart. That is how game design works. So this is good. This gets a +1. First attack after deployment will summon a freeling. I am not going to give this a rating because it's just kind of its own thing. When she attacks for the first time, she makes a thing. The thing attacks. That's it. Okay. I'm not going to give that a rating because it does kind of depend on her skills a little bit. We should look at the freeling, though. What are the freeling stats? I like how much res they have for how terrible stats they have. So it's just... Dusk just gets a summon, just for fun. Just cuz. You're not Dusk. You're Dusk. Alright. Attack rate. Next attack has increased splash area and deals 250% of attack as splash damage. As splash damage. As arts damage. It's crit skill. It kind of works with her talent. I don't know if I'm going to give this anything. I did, although I will say, for Reprisa, I did give her S1 a +1. But that's the thing, is that it did synergize more with her talent in a more explicit way, and it does actually lean into her identity. This is just like... Yeah, that's what's weird, is that I gave Reprisa's S1 a +1 because it leans into how she functions identifiably. That's not a word. It leans into her identity. It identifies her better. And as a 5-star, it's a lot more accessible. It's a lot better to have more simple skills that do lean into that identity. Where with a 6-star, you give me a crit skill. I'm not really sure I can really say much about that other than cool, okay, sure, you do the thing. It does work with your talent. I don't know. 0. Is it bad? No. Is it good? This is a pretty fun skill. I'm not even going to say it's that bad, but is it something that I'm going to rate positively? I don't know. This is just neutral. Like when I look at Reprisa and I see a crit, I go, wow, that looks like fun. When I see Dusk and I see a crit, I go, okay, sure. I don't know if that's because of my bias or just the standards the 6-star set, but when you're a 6-star, I do kind of hold you a bit higher expectations. So I don't know. Is Dusk S1 a 3x3 crit skill? No, it is, increases the splash radius to 1.7 tiles. Do as that as you will. It is a really big range. It is a pretty big radius of 1.7 tiles. That is like almost 4 tiles of like splash. Like that's bigger than 3x3. It is significantly larger than 3x3. That's like a 5x5 splash almost. Just like, cool. All right. I'll give this a 0, but it works. All right. Range expands. Attack plus 55%. Attack plus 55%, attack speed plus 55%, attacks enemies in range, increases the arts damage dealt damage plus 50 HP to 130%. There's also an auto skill unlike Reprisa. Reprisa is also auto recovery? That was an accident. I pinned, that's not what I want to do. Reprisa is also auto recovery. Yes. So thank you for spreading misinformation. That was really based and gigapilled. Me and the boys out here ready to spread misinformation. He's referring to auto activation. They're both auto activated. What? They're both automatically activated. They're the same skill basically. I was referring to her S2. Okay. Okay. Alright. I mean, Reprisa's S2 is a manually activated crit, yes, but I don't know how that relates to Dusk's S1. I don't know. Okay, range expansion. Okay, I think this kind of makes me realize that I don't think I actually have an opinion on Dusk. It's like, you click the button and now it's Gitano's S2. Does Dusk even have an identity as an operator? It's like, here's a crit skill. Okay. Here's a Gitano's S2, but like not terrible. Okay. She summons a summon. Okay. She is a splash caster. It's like, if Dusk was like the first ever splash caster 6-star, then I would be a lot more forgiving. Is she? What? What other 6-star fucking splash casters are there? Oh, Mostima. Oh, but Mostima's like significantly more interesting and identifiable. Isn't she autistic? What's with people on the internet and just seeing like a character with a minor like social quirk and they're like, autism. Whoa, that's just like me. I too also struggle socially. That's so validating. Whoa, yeah, that thing is me. I'm gonna insert myself onto that character. What's with people on the internet doing that? Just like, wow, this character has social quirks. I'm going to just, I also have social quirks. We're both autistic now. Yeah. She hates social interactions. People can just hate social interactions. Like, you can just do that. You don't have to be autistic. You can just be normal. That fictional anime girl is literally me. So true! Not gonna lie, Mostima doesn't feel like a splash caster. She's a supporter that does AoE damage. I think most people use her for her support, but she does still function like a splash caster. You could just be reclusive. Like, what? Why does everyone gotta be autistic? Why can't people just suck? Why can't people just have bad, like, manners and have bad personality traits? Why can't people just be negative? You know? Why can't people be nuanced individuals with positive and negative traits? Because, and I'm saying this as someone who's probably fucking autistic. I'm actually getting fucking tested next week. No, my mom, I've talked to my mom about it. I'm getting fucking tested for autism next week. It's funny because it's just like, who gives a shit, you know? Because it's like, I feel like we're at a point where like so many people are high functioning autists and like everyone is, you know, like there are so many high functioning autistic people out there that just do the, like they just live. They just do their lives. And it's just like people treat high functioning autism like it is debilitating when it's just like, it's not debilitating. It's just like a different way of thinking. Like there are some downsides to it, but there are also some upsides to it. And at that point, it's like, that's just a personality. Everyone has upsides and downsides to their personality that just kind of shape how they are. You know, there's no like good mind versus like broken mind. You know what I mean? It's just like, that's not to say that you can't have actual like debilitating disabilities. You know what I mean? But it's like, I feel like autism just in general, it's like if you're high functioning autistic, it's just like, cool. You're just like slightly different. Like, all right, cool. Is Dusk autistic? Maybe. I don't know. Let's go ask Lowlight. Hey, Lowlight. Hey, Lowlight. Is Dusk autistic? I need to know. It's so important. Okay. I'm sorry if I didn't want to be rude, John. I didn't want to be rude, but I just think it's funny. Bloopy, they have a mental disorder. Reveal parties like they're children now. I don't think that's correct. I don't want to believe that's correct. I think you made that up. I'm not going to listen to you. Hey, Lowlight, is Dusk literally me? Lowlight showed us Calcet's panties. Yeah, I think Lowlight's kind of a fucking weirdo then. Alright, that's kind of gross. The fuck? Why would he do that? Well, Dusk is artistic. She is very artistic. She paints things. She might be, I mean, maybe she's autistic, but she's definitely artistic. Alright, it's on the art book. Fucking why? Is it like a joke? Why? That's so weird. Why the fuck would you add that? It's on the art book. He has every single detail of her outfit on that art book, including her panties. I consider her freak or extremely detailed. The thing is that given that Arknights is not a weird Gooner slop game, I don't know if I could just call him a weirdo. But maybe he's like ascended beyond being just a weird Gooner, and he's like ascended into Uber Gooner. Like, who knows? Where it's just like, it's the non-Gooner thing that gets him off. I don't know. I don't understand, man. Maybe it's just a joke. It's just like, haha, I'm so detailed with her. I drew her underwear, even though who the fuck, why would that matter? I don't know. It's fucking crazy. I mean, it was gonna be, wasn't Arknights early units for girls frontline or something? Yeah, but that's the thing though, is that like, I can't look at Calcit or like Amiya and think to myself like, yeah, that's definitely like weird Gooner shit. You know? I don't know, maybe Lowlight is just like, maybe Calcit's just this weird fucking like waifu and he just is weirdly obsessive over his fictional wife. Like, who knows? Maybe it's just, maybe he's just cooked. Maybe Lowlight's just cooked. Okay, we're talking about Dusk. We want to talk about autism. We're going on weird autistic rants. So, Arknights is extremely well written. Lowlight's just kind of a freak. I mean, I guess you kind of have to be if you're making a fucking gacha game. As sad as it is, but you know. We can appreciate him for the amazingness that he has given to us. We can appreciate him for the amazing things that he's done, and we can ignore the weird shit that he does, because who cares? You know, we can just ignore that, because it doesn't matter. Who cares? It doesn't mean anything. Although it is kind of fucking weird. I like how Arknights fairly uses fan service. I don't know if you tried to say fan servers, and that's an upside. It's like, I love that this game does not allow for fan servers. But no, Arknights is tasteful. It treats its characters like humans, and I think it's kind of distasteful when people do the opposite. So, I don't really know what to say about her S2. It is Gitano's S2. It doesn't really identify her with anything. It lets her do more damage to enemies below 50% HP. She functions like a fucking splash caster. So, sure. Give that a 0, because I don't know what the fuck to say about it. So, S3. Attack interval increases and prioritize attacking unblocked enemies. Range and splash area expand, attack plus 120%, and every attack summons refreshes a freeling. So the whole idea is that she doesn't waste the freeling on blocked targets. So, this is the most identifiable part of her kit. It's like, this is... This is the most identifiable part of her kit. It actually plays with a unique mechanic that gives her an identity. And she is a splash caster. She doesn't... Loey, I think Dusk is just a 0. If not a 1. I think Dusk is a +1. And it is interesting because it's like... Dusk is an infinitely better designed operator than Wishadel. But... she just doesn't add anything. Like, her talent gets a +1, but like 0, 0. I think I'll give this a +1. The Freelings have 1 block. They're not that crazy. I think they have 1 block, right? I can't click on these. Okay, click on this one. They have 2 block. Okay, I was wrong. Okay. Maybe I will give this a +1, because it is just like... it does give her a unique, like, use, you know, and you can use her to give, like, pseudo block. You know, the Freeling's kind of interesting. Prioritizing unblocked targets. I give that a +1. So, +1, 0, 0, basically just her S3, and then +1. So I think she's a +2 overall, which isn't terrible, but... I do think she's definitely a low +2. She is very identityless. And it's kind of bizarre, because I do think that if Dusk came out before Mostima, I would 100% understand what kit she's going for, because that's what it is. It's like, here is the 6-star splash caster that just is a splash caster and does everything that she can to be a splash caster. She splashes everything, and she splashes things that aren't being blocked and makes a dragon that doesn't splash. So it's just like, if she was the first splash caster, I would probably be a bit more positive, and she'd probably have the same score, but I'd be a lot more understanding with why her kit's so simple. But because Mostima came out before her, I'm pretty sure, right? Mostima was in the game before her. It's just like, I think that, and Mostima has more of an identity than Dusk does. So it's just like, I don't know. It's weird. Want to read Dusk's IS module? I am familiar with it. It is actually kind of interesting. The first attack after deployment will summon a freeling. But everyone gets to summon freelings. And I think that's funny, because it's not even when she's deployed. Just everyone gets to summon a freeling. That's it. That's so simple. That's so funny. That's so funny. I love it. It's cool. It's cute. It's just like, Also, weirdly enough, what is this? Is this overlapping splash? Brain go awooga? What? Wait a minute. I click S3 and now she does a bajillion damage if overlap? What? Fun? It won't do shit with her S2. But like, man, I get double crits with her S1. Like, I like how this just makes her more interesting than anything else. I think the reason why Hypergriff made her that simple is because Mostima was focused on support while they wanted Dusk to be the DPS. That probably makes sense. But again, it feels very bizarre, because as I was saying with like Kyobei, a lot of the early 6-stars didn't really have a lot of identity. They mainly just kind of existed as the truest form of their subclass, ignoring Kyobei's S3. And so Mostima having a larger identity kind of breaks away from that, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. And Dusk going back into that, I think, is just kind of funny. It's like, if in the timeline Dusk and Mostima swapped spaces, it would make a lot more sense. It's just kind of funny that Mostima is a lot more unique and identifiable, while Dusk is just the generic 6-star splash caster. And it's like, that's fine. That's alright. It's so funny that a random trait change in an IS module is more interesting than the entire kit. Loey, would you agree with me on that? Would you agree with me that this line of text right here is more interesting than the entirety of Dusk's kit? Because I mean, he loves Dusk. He's the Dusk simp. So it's like, I would... I'm sure he would probably agree, maybe. But that's really funny. That is really funny. But I'm fine with Dusk being a +2. I think I would feel better as there was a +1, but I don't know. I think her being a +2 is fine. What do you think about Irene's IS module? I don't know. We got stuff in the queue. We're not doing Irene right now. I think Irene, I legitimately gave a 0. I think she was a 0. Not because of like... Man, it is wild to me that it's just like, yeah, Irene, a 6-star I should like, I think is as good as in design as Wishadel. That is wild to me. That's so fucking weird to me. Where it's just like, yes, Irene, a 6-star that like, oh, she deals with levitate, and she's like pretty balanced and doesn't do a lot of damage, is just like, she's as interesting to me as Wishadel. And it's just like, I don't even understand my own opinions anymore. Honestly, I am really happy that I've discovered this weird way of rating operators, because it's really opened up my mind to what I actually value in operators. And it made me really appreciate how certain operators are designed, and just or what am I thinking of? I got distracted because the song is so good, but like, it made me really realize what I appreciate in operators, and how even like complete meta like soy slop can still have value to it. You know, it's like, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Angelina or Frisia, but I will defend the fuck out of Thumpy. It's very bizarre. All right, so we're on the Ponsirus. We're on a, okay, we can add Irene, or Irene, and Irene. What was Hypergriff thinking? Just at making Irene and Arene different characters? Like, they could have done something different. Alright, Punsiris. After being deployed for 30 seconds, max HP plus 18%. You might be the only YouTuber whose fans fight him over every opinion and can agree with him over every opinion too. And you don't get mad, rather debate. That's very rare. I think it's funny when you guys disagree with me. You know, I think it's fun. Because normally I do hate debates, but because you're my chat and I know you guys don't hate me, I'm a lot more open to that discussion. I get more clammed up when it's like against people I know don't like me, and you know, certain kinds of people. But like, I don't really give a shit if you guys agree with me, and I want to hear your guys' takes, obviously, but I don't know. I'm definitely just open to discussion. All right, so Punsiris. The thing is with Punsiris. Oh yeah, I kind of want to. Okay, I'm gonna be a little cheater. Courier is being put in the queue after Punsiris. So I'm cheating. I will put Courier after Punsiris because I can't talk about one without talking about the other because I fucking love them both. Although I do have a bias but for one of them, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with which one. So, after being deployed for 30 seconds, max HP was 18%. So this is kind of... Punsiris is the only other defensive vanguard than Courier. I think some people want to count, like, Siege, but I don't know. So, after being deployed for 30 seconds, max HP was 18%. So, Punsiris is really interesting because she actually does... Punsiris actually does something really cool, where she's a vanguard that wants you to keep her on the battlefield. Where in the early game, she produces DP, but in the later game, you can still keep her around to act as a pseudo-defender. Granny is defensive. I'm talking Pioneers. I should have said Pioneers. So... that's kind of her identity, and I think that's really, really interesting. I think that's what makes her a really cool operator. And so this is meant to kind of push that idea, where if you keep her on the battlefield for a long enough time, she gains some extra HP. So you're incentivized to keep her on the battlefield to let her kind of remain as a generic just blocker. And so, yeah, I'll give this a +1 because it leans into her identity. I don't know what you want me to say about this. Does anyone, do any of you guys have a plus or minus for Charge Gamma? What do you guys fucking think? I don't. It's like, do you use Charge Gamma sometimes? Yeah. Sometimes, I mean, if you're using Punsiris, you're probably using her for S2 because that's more identifiable. But hey, I use Charge Gamma. Sometimes I use Texas, I'll use Charge Gamma. You know? Sometimes I'm using... what other 5-star Pioneers do I use? Is it just her and Punsiris? I don't know. Plus 0.5. We're not doing like halves. It's just like, eh. You know, it's there, it's fine. After the few ops, please use Zuki. Okay. WTF, you don't have to give me money. That's... I really do appreciate it, but you don't need to keep giving me money. You can save your money for things that are infinitely more important than me. Kestrel. Yeah, I do use Kestrel's S1. Yes, thank you for reminding me that Kestrel exists. So this gets a 0 because I don't know what the fuck you want me to talk about. I like how there's a link to the page on deployment points. I like that. All right, so immediately generates 12 DP, attack plus 35%, and defense plus 65% for the duration. And then when you activate it for the second time, she has absolutely god-awful DP production, but the skill has unlimited duration. And so the whole idea of this skill is just like her talent. You deploy her early on, she functions like a Pioneer, and she just generates DP. But you keep her on the battlefield, she can now perform the role as a pretty strong blocker. And so this just kind of leans into that identity really well. The attack kind of doesn't exist. Punsiris doesn't have very high base attack to begin with, so the attack thing doesn't really do anything. But it's mainly this 65% defense that is quite significant. It doesn't put... I think it puts Punsiris around 500. I think maybe 600 at module level. I'm not sure. But it is quite significant on top of her really high HP for a Vanguard. And so she can perform really well defensively, but her DP generation fucking sucks when you do reach that unlimited duration. So as a DP producer, Punsiris does kind of suck. But there is that trade-off of her having more permanence compared to other Pioneers. And I think that it is really interesting. It's a really cool design. And I really do appreciate this skill. I think it's really fucking cool. Big +1. What does her talent do? Gives her more HP. Fucking cool. Alright. Is it 600 defense after mod 1? I don't remember. She's a 2-block pseudo defender for 11. Correct. It is objectively slower DP at S2 M3 if it didn't have the unlimited duration as a result. Yeah, weirdly enough, the unlimited duration is a downside for DP production. Like, that's the idea. And I'm fine with that. I think that's fine. I think it should have bad DP production. 777 defense max mod max level. I evaluate things on mod level. So I'm not sure what it is at mod level. So, I don't know. So I think Punsiris gets a... Okay, sadly she can't be put... I feel like she deserves to be put in +3. But she ends up in a bad position because of her S1 just being a default. You know what I mean? So it's like... She deserves to be a +3. Like, she is as well designed as all these other +3 5 stars. So maybe I just give her S2 a +2 just to cheat a little bit. Because I think she deserves to be a +3. But I can't rate charge gamma. You know what I mean? It's just like... You know what I mean? It's like, I feel Punsiris is... I put Lava at +2? Okay, maybe it's fine that she's at +2, because I do really like Lava. Okay. So now we're going to talk about Courier, because I can't talk about one without talking about the other. So, the thing is with Courier is that he is Punsiris, but defensively oriented instead of HP oriented. And I think Courier is my favorite Pioneer, and it upsets me how many people sleep on him. I fucking love Courier so much. He was there for me when I needed him most. Everyone has him at max pot. He's the fucking GOAT. So, defense plus 19% when 2 or more enemies are blocked. Hey, look at that. He's defensively oriented. Fucking beautiful. +1. Charge beta. Gradually gains 8 DP over the skill duration. Defense plus 80%. What does his talent do? Gives him more defense. What does the trait change do? Gives him more defense. I really can't, like, say shit about Courier, can I? It's just like, there's no like cool nuance I can really talk about him with. It's not like how Punsiris is a bit more like nuanced. It's just like, here's a Vanguard that has like 800 defense. Like, Courier has had like a shit ton of defense. Also, peak fucking song, by the way. I'm gonna give him a +2. We're just... That's the thing with the 4 stars. I can, like, talk about them in, like, 4 seconds. There's, like, nothing to say. He is John Defensive Vanguard. He is just good. People sleep on him. He is fucking tanky. He really is. It's like, I think people do sleep on him. People sleep on Pioneers in general. You know? Alright, so now we're on to Melonite. The first ever gacha 5-star I had at max pot. Alright. Damage when skill is active increases by 16% from second skill activation onward. I don't know how to really, like... Is this something that... Because the thing is with Melonite is that her identity is as a spread shooter. Her identity as a heavy shooter is that she does heavy shoot. She shoot heavy. She heavy shoot. She do damage... Big damage, slow attack. That is Melonite. That is what she do. This make do damage gooder. Identify not. I'll give 0. Okay. Okay. So this is good shit. This is good shit. This is beautiful shit. This is I get to do much damage very slowly. This is Crusher Brain. This is Crusher Sniper. This is I click button, she attacks slow, she do much good damage. Damage cannot be dodged. +1. It's like, this skill is really fucking fun. It's very simple, but it's very fun. Fires a... Okay, now we're getting to the really fun shit. Fires a piercing shot, dealing 500% of this unit's attack as physical damage to enemies in the front. Damage decreases as distance increases. So, you click Melanite, you click button, swoosh, dead. That's it. This skill is fun as fuck. It is so much fun to time it. It is so much fun to just see it. And it's not just some 6-star slop where it just murders everything too well. It's just about murdering things, and it murders things just perfectly fine. It's beautiful. You click the button, it kill thing. It rewards you for interesting positioning. Sometimes you want to position her like a fucking blast caster. Sometimes you want to position her, you know, perpendicular, so it does the maximum damage right away. Like, there's cool stuff to it. I like it. It's good. I click button. How does Unga Bunga get translated to him, her? What the fuck? What is with the YouTube auto translate? It is terrible. Beautiful. This is a beautiful skill. +1. Beautiful. Amazing. Amazing. She get, like, I think Melanite is definitely a +2 5-star. She's good. Very fun. Okay. Now it's time for Mr. Nothing. Unfriendly reminder that Exu Alter also uses a railgun. Why would you say that? I don't know if I can disable it, Callus. I genuinely don't know if I can. Okay, so Mr. Nothing is the most peak merchant? The thing is that conceptually, Swire Alter is a very, very well-designed merchant. She is a very conceptually well-designed merchant. But Mr. Nothing is the funniest. And I also do really, really think, what the fuck's his name? The tailor guy. The guy with snip, 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 snip. The guy who I do kind of wish I owned. Snip, snip man. What the fuck's his name? Italian merchant boy. Figurino. Yes, Figurino. I like him. I like him a lot. I think... Current queue. Okay, WTF, you just added Figurino just cuz, but you know what? I'm down for that. You just added Figurino, but I agree. We're adding Figurino. I fucking love Figurino. Okay. But I do think that Mr. Nothing might be just... No, that's the thing, is that yes, I could probably 100% tell you to your face that Swire is the better designed merchant. And Figurino is probably just the more consistent and more interesting merchant. But Mr. Nothing is the coolest. He is just the coolest. He is significantly cooler than Swire and Figurino. He is just the coolest of them all. And I think that alone is just, like, worth +3. So after not attacking for 4 seconds, increase the attack in the next attack to 155% and stuns the target for 4 seconds. So, this is a skill that is kind of unique. It helps you... Okay, so... We're gonna go on the what the fuck is a merchant rant, where I really like this skill because it's very similar to how unlimited duration skills work. So let's look at like Jay's S2. With Jay's S2, it's an unlimited duration skill, and it takes not that long to play. But the idea is that you don't just immediately deploy Jay on top of the enemy. You have to deploy him beforehand, let him charge up his skill, and then let him attack. Doing so will let you have his skill active more consistently, but it costs you more DP overall because you need to deploy him preemptively. That is what Mr. Nothing's talent aims to emulate, because he doesn't have an unlimited duration skill. Well, he kind of does, but we'll get into that. And so the idea is that if you deploy him preemptively, so you spend a little extra DP by keeping him around, you get a bonus attack that also stuns the target, which is really, really fucking strong. And so that's a cool incentive to do that. It also synergizes with his skills, which we'll get into. So it's just like, it works really well with his class. It's a cool payoff for wanting to do merchant things, and it also synergizes with his skills. And it's not even something that identifies him. It's awesome. +1. Beautiful. Okay. All right, now we're back to more buttes. More beautiful. When HP is lower than 20%, stops attacking and blocking enemies, becomes less likely to be targeted by enemies, and restores 15% of his max HP per second, and then passive effect block +1. So, he just has 2 block now, so he's no longer a duelist. So now, I have to call it bad because he's no longer a duelist. Except, guess what? I don't fucking give a shit, because most people don't necessarily use merchants as duelists. They can be used as duelists, but that's not something that is innate to their subclass. It is something that you use them for, but they're definitely a lot more than that. They're more about the DP consumption, but we're not getting into that. That's not what this is about. I don't give a shit that he has +1 block. The idea of this is that this is meant to give him passive self-sustain. It's just like you can have him down on the battlefield, and if he receives almost lethal damage, he just takes a chill pill, heals himself back up, and then gets back to hitting people. That's just how it is. But what's also kind of interesting about this talent is that it does just synergize. It synergizes with his talent because he stops attacking, and then when he comes to, he already has a stun active. So it works quite well in those situations where he's getting to low HP, he stops attacking and blocking, he comes to, immediately stuns the thing that he was like dealing with. So it's just like, yeah. Duelist part is on Lee S3 and Swire S1 as well. There are, no, I'm not saying that you can't use them, and there are, like, Lee is very explicitly like a duelist merchant, but I don't believe that merchants have to be explicitly duelists. I don't think that they should necessarily always be designed with that in mind. So I don't mind if we have a merchant that has extra block or can hit multiple targets. Like Figurino's not at all a fucking merchant, like not at all a fucking duelist. He's a very cool merchant, but he's not a fucking duelist. And so I do think that I am perfectly fine with them exploring that design space because it doesn't diminish the subclass. It doesn't ruin its design identity. It doesn't ruin its balance. It's something I'm 100% fine with. So cool. I think this skill's really cool. It gives him a really unique like form of self-sustain, even though it's not really self-sustain. And it gives him, it helps synergize with his S1. It's niche, but I do think it's really cool. So I'll give that a +1. Figurino's more of a ranged operator than anything. No, he is. Again, I think it is fine that merchants want to be duelists because that just plays with the fact they only have 1 block naturally. But I do think that it's perfectly fine if you want to explore them not as duelists. Like Lee's S2 is not a fucking duelist skill. Swire's S2 is not a fucking duelist skill. Jay is more explicitly a duelist. Obviously Mr. Nothing's S1's not a duelist skill. Am I missing a merchant? Did I just name all the merchants? Oh yeah, nothing of Figurino is a duelist. Figurino's not a fucking duelist. So it's like, legitimately, like half of the merchant skills aren't duelist skills. And so it's just like, I'm fine. It's okay. Okay. So now now it's a duelist skill. So when skill is activated, attack plus 60% and gains one of the following effects. Either he reduces the target's attack speed by 35, increases his own attack speed by 28, or gains a 50% physical dodge and +1 block. So he has 3 explicit uses. He is a debuff. He's a supportive debuffer. He does a fuck ton of damage, and he's a blocker. And he's a tanky blocker. Those are the 3 things that he can do. It is done completely at fucking random. And I kind of love that. I hope they never change this skill to make it consistent. I love that it's random and bullshit and stupid. 99% of the time I'm going for the attack speed. But it's hard not to just love how stupid this fucking skill is. But fun-wise, it's really cool. But design-wise, I also really, really like it because once again, it plays into that merchant investment thing. And I think it does it in probably the funniest way ever, where you are literally gambling with your DP in order to receive a buff. Because you want to deploy Mr. Nothing significantly earlier before anyone approaches him. And then you need to keep activating and deactivating his S2 until you get the buff you want, which just costs you a bunch more DP in the process. And so you are literally gambling with your DP. With Mr. Nothing's S2. And I think that is fucking amazing and beautiful. So it's just awesome. Ugh. People don't use Lee, like, straight up. Well, that's their fucking loss. Why the fuck wouldn't you use Lee? He's fucking awesome. But yeah, this skill is really, really fun. It's such a cool design for a merchant. It even gives Mr. Nothing extra utility. You know, he's a really good IS pickup because he does fulfill multiple different roles. And merchants are just kind of good in IS because you don't really have that many operators anyways. And so there's some extra roles that he can, you know, possess. Fun gambling, works well with merchants. I honestly kind of want to give this a +2. It's that good. Like, it is that, like, well designed of a skill. I kind of want to give this a +2. Like, I want to give this a +2. So it's like, this gets a +2, this gets a +1, this gets a +1. So I think Mr. Nothing is going to be our first +4 5-star. So I think I'm perfectly fine with that. What is this Yanni's sweep going on? What the hell? So no, I fucking love Mr. Nothing. Is that based to just say that I love Mr. Nothing? Because I do. He's awesome. What time is it? 4. Oh, fuck. Okay, I think we may just do these last 3 and then it's over because I do have something I need to do. I'm going on a date with my girlfriend. Wild. Okay, so I think we'll do these last 3 and then that'll be it. So we're doing Irene, Mizuki, and Figurino. Okay. Current queue, Lessing. Okay, WTF. This is Irene. This is not Lessing. I never added Lessing. Okay. So Irene, I really is funny. Maybe I should add the Q. Maybe we'll worry about that next stream. So attacks, physical damage. Physical damage? Physical damage. What? Physical damage has a 50% chance. Who the fuck wrote that? You gave her a 0. I think she is a 0, but we'll see. Because I didn't put her on the thing, so we're just going to reevaluate her. Okay, so physical damage. That doesn't even say her physical damage. That just says all physical damage. So her attacks have a 50% chance to ignore 50% defense. Chance increased to 100% against aerial targets. Which leans into her identity of being this, into this identity of caring about, like, levitating targets. See, now I feel weird because I worry that if I don't also give her a 0 this time, I'll be a hypocrite. But again, I don't really remember. Because I think I literally gave all of her skills 0. I can give this +1 because it does actually work quite well. It's fine. It's nothing too interesting, but it does give her some identity. This gets a 0 because fuck you. All right. The next attack deals 200% attacks physical damage, causes the target to levitate for 1 second, then deals 200% attack damage to it again. Did I really give her a 0? Because I think I'm... No, because... Okay. So I don't really know if I... Because I do have my take on Irene. I don't really know if I want to go into her kit and establish it one by one. But my main problem with Irene is that she isn't... She is just a sword master. She is literally just a sword master. Because I don't really remember what specifically I gave for each of her scores, but I feel perfectly fine just giving her a 0. Like, maybe I give... No, I'm gonna give this a 0. Next attack deals 200% attack physical damage, causes her left to 1 second, then deals 200% attack physical damage to it again. I'll give this a +1. It's just... It interacts with her talent. It's a cool levitate. Yeah, no, I'm gonna give this a 0 because I want to see how she actually interacts with this. This gets a 0 because fuck that. This gets a +1 because I am perfectly fine with this. I think this is kind of cool. Cause target to levitate for 1 second, deals 200% attack. You hit the thing, you levitate it, you ignore some of its defense. But that's... Okay. But that's the thing, though, with Irene, is that her levitating things is for flavor. It really doesn't mean anything. Her skills don't really use levitate in an interesting way. They only use levitate as a means of letting her be guaranteed to ignore the enemy's defense. And so a lot of the time, you could just remove the levitate from her kit. And you can remove the levitate from her kit. And it doesn't really make a big difference. Put Legos under target. You could do that. And no, that's the thing, Callus, is that she doesn't have synergy potential. because none of her abilities actually hit aerial targets. Her S2 deals physical damage only to ground enemies and then causes them to levitate. And so, because the levitate triggers before the damage is dealt, then she'll ignore the defense, but you can't activate the skill again to then hit the airborne targets for guaranteed damage. All the levitate is used for is to ignore defense, because the levitate's applied before the damage is dealt, meaning that she is guaranteed to ignore their defense. So this basically just says deals 400% of attack as physical damage up to 6 enemies, and then if they have 3 or less weight, ignore all of their defense. Which doesn't interact with levitate, because she can't hit aerial targets. Her S1, additionally, can't hit aerial targets. She just causes them to levitate, and then specifically hits that enemy again. She doesn't even hit drones. So you can't even use this ability against drones, which is weird because Cutter can? Like, Cutter can. S3 does not hit air. It does 300% of attack as physical damage to all nearby ground enemies, and then causes them to levitate for 4 seconds, and then bombards the enemies that she levitated for guaranteed defense ignore. And so, this, if you have a pre-existing aerial target, it hits the air that she hits. It only hits ground enemies. So, okay, so the swirl hits air. Okay. To all enemies in a small area around a random target. Okay, so it just, well, splash it should. Okay, splash damage it should. But that is the thing, is that none of her kit actually properly takes advantage of levitate as a mechanic. All she really does is use the levitate as a means for her to ignore defense. And even then, you can't really use her against aerial targets unless it's specifically the second half of her S3. And so in that case, is it really useful at that point? Because Cutter can hit aerial targets with both of her skills, and she does gain an attack bonus against aerial targets. And so weirdly enough, Irene ends up losing that design race to Cutter, the 4-star, who does the exact same thing, but actually rewards you for hitting aerial targets. And the thing is that sadly, she can't really be used in combination with other aerial operators, because she can only gain advantage from her own levitate. Like, yeah, I guess you could use Irene's S1 alongside Aroma. You could do that. That could work. Aroma's S2. But that's really only as a levitate enabler and not really a levitate payoff, even though it would imply that she is a levitate payoff. So a lot of the time, which I'm not saying that she needs to be a levitate payoff. She's literally the first time levitate was used as a mechanic. But this was... She doesn't utilize levitate in an interesting way. She just levitates things. She doesn't... And that's fine. Levitate was probably never designed to be an actual mechanic. And so it just ends up being very bizarre. You can't really use her with Uliek. You can use her with Aroma, but that's kind of it. If you want to use like Irene S1, that would work really, really well with Aroma's S2. That would do a lot of cool shit. But sadly, she doesn't really integrate herself very well into levitate squads, as much as that kind of sucks. Because she can't hit already existing levitated targets. If anything, it works against her, because she can only hit ground enemies. And so, overall, it's difficult for me to really say anything. Her S1 I will give a +1, because it is at least an interesting enabler. But I don't even know if I can give it a +1. I don't know, I don't want to give it a +1, because this isn't, like, yeah, it's a levitate enabler. But in the context of when she came out, Aroma didn't exist. Huliek didn't exist. You know, Connie Palat didn't exist, even though Connie Palat wouldn't synergize with her at all. And so it's just like, she does damage and then ignores defense for a second attack. She does damage and then ignores defense for a second attack. Or no, she just does damage and then ignores defense. And this is, she does damage and then ignores defense. And like, that's all of her kit. And it's just like, all right. That's fine. She is the most swordmaster of all time. But it is nothing that is interesting. And as sad as it is, the identity that she is given doesn't actually affect her gameplay in any substantial way. Because she can't fucking hit aerial targets. And so it is... Again, I'm not saying that it's bad that she's like very selfishly designed. Because I don't think Hypergriff was aware that they were going to lean into Levitate synergies in the future. But she doesn't do anything interesting with Levitate. It's mainly just there to look cool. And that's kind of it. And it's kind of sad, as weird as it is to say. But she does have an IS mod, which does kind of save her. In integrated strategies, aerial enemies within skill range receive 140% more physical damage. When deploying other operators within this range, ground enemies within skill range are levitated for 3 seconds. So basically, she becomes a fast redeploy that immediately activates skills, causing shit to levitate, and then she, like, does a bunch of dumb shit. And it's just, like, this is, like, hilarious. This is fucking hilarious. But, yeah, her kit is just very... nothing, as sad as it is to say. So yeah, I will give, like, I can't help but give everything just a 0, because just like ignoring the fact that she does levitate things, like, she doesn't do anything outside of just be a swordmaster, and it's like, that's fine. She doesn't need to be that interesting. But it does feel like there could have been something more to her, especially when you have Chen, who is a significantly more because if Irene was the first ever Swordmaster, I'd be a little more lenient on her. But she wasn't, Chen was, and Chen has a significantly, for 6-star Swordmaster, I should say, and Chen has a significantly better identity. And also, it's like, Irene's identity as an operator is weaker than Cutter's, and that's just kind of wild. So I am going to give her a big flat 0, as sad as it is. That doesn't mean that that's bad. It doesn't mean she's poorly designed. It just means that I'm very in the middle of the road with her. Or, okay, so someone said I just joined. It will be very interesting going back into the VOD series and putting Wishell there. That is the first thing I talked about. But yeah, I was positive on Wishell in some regards. Yeah, 0 is interesting because it consists of operators that I wouldn't call Chen better. I would. She has a lot more identity than Irene as a Swordmaster. She definitely sticks out, you know? Where Irene is just like, I hit thing, I fly, I do more damage. Like, that's kind of it. I get what you're saying, her being a lift applier, you expect more for how she functions. Like, yeah, all she really does is apply levitate. And it's like, that there is stuff you can do with that, but she doesn't do anything with that outside of just ignoring defense. And it's just like, it's not even that significant because she already has a 50% chance to ignore defense anyways. So it's just like, I don't know. It's very bizarre. It is very, very bizarre. All right, we'll talk about Mizuki. A moon jellyfish. Whoa. Okay. Attacks deal an additional 50% of attackers' arch damage to the target with the lowest HP. To the target with the lowest HP. Alright. Sure. I don't really know what to say. The first thing I thought about is if you use Mizuki against a single target, you're guaranteed to get his extra damage. And it's just like, okay, that's kind of cool. Does this identify him? No. I mean, it's cool. Get extra damage, I guess. It's conditional, so it's not just free damage. Makes him better against single targets, which is kind of weird for an ambusher. Lets him kill things better. I don't know. And then when there are enemies less than 50% HP, attack range, attack plus 12%. So this is kind of his identity. Does his skills actually play into this? I don't... You know what? It kind of does. I think I want to, like, bunch these together as the same thing. I think I'm going to, like, give 0.5 for both of these, so they both get +1 overall. Because it does establish an identity for Mizuki, where he's good against weak enemies. Or weakened enemies, I should say. Alright, S1, next attack deals 300% attack physical damage and increases the damage modifier of Mizuki's first talent to 3 times. So this gets upped to 150%? Can store 3 charges. This being a charge skill, I do think is really fun. Because you can, like, just spam it the moment that you know there's, like, a weakened enemy. You're just like, ooh, yeah! You can really take advantage of the extra damage. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting. Like, I do think this is kind of interesting. It also being an automatically charged crit with charges works really well with ambushers because they attack really fucking slow. And so it's like, yeah, I can vibe with this. I can vibe with this. Is it super... It does introduce some interesting gameplay because it does interact with his talent. Maybe you want to activate it against an enemy that is weakened. Maybe you just want to activate it to get to that weakened state. You know, because if you don't... If it's against an enemy that isn't weak, like too weak, then you don't really gain advantage of this. You can't really take advantage of the multiplier. So there is some decision making involved. I do like it. I give that a +1. Prisoner's Dilemma. Attack interval reduces greatly. Attack plus 30%. Mizuki's first talent targets an additional enemy and inflicts bind for 1.3 seconds. This is really weird. This is really weird because it feels like Mizuki is meant to be a single target ambusher. Am I the only one who kind of feels that? Because that's what it kind of feels like. It's like the best and like I feel like the best way to use Mizuki is against one target. Because it's like, oh, his talent hits another thing. Inflicts bind. Does the talent inflict bind? The bind is applied after traumatic hysteria's damage is dealt. So his first talent inflicts bind. I think that's what that means. Only the enemy with the lowest HP. Well, I guess the 2 enemies with the lowest HP. That is kind of interesting. Also, this skills cycle is ridiculous. But that is kind of interesting. I do like how it's not just a damage skill. It is more of like a crowd control skill. But it is conditional. And weirdly doesn't work against swarms. What? Okay, what? Okay, am I going insane or is Mizuki a single target ambusher? Like, the best way to... Because if you use this skill against swarms... he isn't going to bind the swarm very well. He can only bind like 2 things at most, and the rest get through him. That's so weird. I kind of like it, though. Because, like, obviously, yeah, you could... I mean, I don't know if you want to make the argument that, like, he's an ambusher, he should specialize in AoE, but I don't think that's necessarily true. He can do AoE. That's part of what his kit does. But I do think it is kind of interesting to kind of switch that. To intentionally make him strong in a place where he would be weak. That's so weird. Wasn't his bind AoE? Doesn't look like it. Just says his first talent inflicts bind to the enemy with the lowest HP. Or 2 enemies with the lowest HP. That's so interesting. That's so fucking weird. Because if you use him against swarms, him doing damage is just going to do all of the damage equally. Wow. Okay, what about... I kind of want to give this a +1. It's so interesting. Okay, S3. Attack range expands. Attack plus 150%. When did Mizuki come out? He's added to recruitment. He's old. Docilis Holiday? Really? Mizuki is like 50 billion years old? This is like a modern 6-star S3. What is this? Attack range expands. Attack plus 150%. Hits 2 additional enemies and stuns them for a second. But then he gets punished for hitting less. But then he gets punished for hitting small targets. How does scoring work? Does it add up together in the end? It does, yeah. So this, like, goes against what his other talents are supposed to do? So now he becomes an AoE attacker. Because he can now hit, like, 3 things with his talent. And they now get stunned. But, like, you still may want to use this skill as, like, a single target, like, stun effect. And it does punish you for doing that. Meaning that you kind of want to... Is this actually, like, really fucking cool? Is this actually the coolest thing in the world? Like, so he does a thing, and up until now you're thinking to yourself, oh, well, I want to use him against, like, small targets, because this would be the best way to use this, but then you get punished for doing that. But if you use this against swarms, it won't be that useful. So you kind of have to build around the fact that... Or maybe it's legitimately just you have to use his S3 against specifically 3 targets. Maybe that's the thing. His S3 is designed to be used against exactly 3 targets. Because then you're guaranteed to get the stun, you're guaranteed to trigger his talent, and you're not guaranteed to hit the damage. His S3, you have to use against specifically 3 targets. And that is so funny. I like the downsides that come with this. It's like, if it's against a single target, he's gonna lose HP and he might die. If it's against too many enemies, you can't use his damage effectively. I mean, I guess you can, because he just has a bunch of attack and kills everything. But you're not going to get the most out of it. If you want the most out of this skill, you have to use him against 3 targets exactly. And I think that's so funny. That's so funny. And it's also just Hypergriff being aware of how to abuse him. And they give you a downside to him. I kind of love this. This is kind of awesome. His S2 is AoE, the bind I mean. The first talent targets one additional enemy and inflicts bind. I mean, it depends. Are all of the enemies he's attacking the same HP? Because if they are, then yeah. Because I could also see him being used in a way where, because he has an AoE attack, all of the enemies he hits lose the exact same amount of HP at the same time, meaning they all have the lowest HP. Would that even work? Sent a screenshot in Discord. That's not AoE, you are just correctly using him against 2 targets. Also, why do you have Chen the Dawn Streak in your squad? And Wang? No, because, yeah, you're using him against 2 targets. His talent hits an additional target. Like, yeah, that's how you use him. So, like, I kind of really find this interesting. This is really cool. Kind of want to give this a +1 too. Suki's specialized badge. Attacks have an additional 50% regular damage. In IS, target count +1, and attacks drag these targets towards this unit significantly. Gain an additional target count +2 when skill is active. Okay, that's a little silly. That's very silly. But that is kind of funny. Attack speed +50 and recovers 4% max HP %. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Just spittle with fucking screen. What the fuck? Alright, that's silly Bobilly, but that's okay. It's IS, who cares? That does seem fun. When there are enemies with less than 50% HP attack range, attack +20%, recover 10% of max HP for each kill. Okay. Alright, some self-sustain. Alright, fine. 6% attack is actually HP. This is really interesting. This is, like, Mizuki is a really interesting operator because he's an ambusher that wants you to really focus on specific targeting. Like, he kind of fights with his own AoE, but at the same time, his AoE also kind of works alongside it. I don't know, that's really cool. Because I don't know how that works, where it's like, if there are 5 enemies in his range, and they all have the same HP, how does that work with his talent? I am curious how that works. I don't know if he just chooses some at random, or it's just like the longest, I don't know. But I think Mizuki is a +4. I think I really, really do find his kit to be really cool. I could be proven wrong, but I think he's really cool. Damn. I put him higher than Thumpy. Damn. Does that, I mean, okay, I also put Lazy above Thumpy, and I have Lazy and I don't have her built, but I want to build Thumpy, so I guess this is a personal thing. Okay, final operator. Final operator is Figurino. I fucking love Figurino. He's awesome. Deals 25%, he's a merchant, deals 25% more damage when attacking enemies that are not blocked by this unit, which doesn't innately mean anything until we get into his skills, so this gets a 0. So it's +1, gives him an extra attack range, and plus 60% more attack with unlimited duration. So it's that classic unlimited duration merchant skill. You put him down, he gains, you have to invest a bit more DP into him, he reaches that extra state, and now because of his extra attack range, you can pick away at targets from a distance. So I think that's kind of cool, +1. His S2 is really fucking fun. I think his S2 is really, really cool. He stops attacking and binds up to 4 enemies within range, dealing a bunch of damage to them, while also... he binds them, doing a bunch of damage to all bound enemies every second. Like, a significant amount of damage. 160% of attack is physical damage to bound enemies every second. And then while it's active, he gradually consumes 25 DP. So what's really cool about his S2 is that if all of the enemies that he binds are dead, he immediately deactivates the skill and will no longer consume DP. So if you're using this just to activate it, kill a few enemies, you may only consume maybe 3 or 4 DP. But if you're using this against like a really tanky enemy, you can activate the skill, he'll consume all 25 DP, doing a bajillion damage. And this skill is spammable as fuck. It is 8 seconds charge, 8-second duration. And so you can really sink a lot of DP into this to do a lot of damage. But you have to have all that DP beforehand because he's a merchant and he's going to sink away all your DP in the process. And so I just think this is real. It also synergizes with his talent because he's binding enemies that aren't being blocked by him, so it does more damage. So it's just... Figurino is a really, really, really cool fucking operator. Really, really fun. And again, I do like that he kind of breaks away from that duelist sort of archetype and kind of just leans into being his own thing. And I really like how he has a skill that consumes even more DP. I think that's really fucking cool. Figurino is the absolute fucking goat. He's fucking amazing. Unnecessary module. So I... only +2. I will... No, I think I want to give him a +3 because I do think he deserves it. I'll give this a +1. I'll give this a +2 because I think it is an exceptionally designed skill. So I think +3 overall. So I think that's gonna be it for today. I have Ethan though, and raising 5 stars is inspective. Okay, you don't have to build him. I think he's fun. Do Black Knight. We're done with the stream, little toad. I got stuff I gotta do. I'm not saying you have to use him. He synergizes with Ethan because this just says deals physical damage to all bound enemies, not even him. So yes, that's gonna be it for today. Come up to the next stream and we can do even more operator reviews on Slopper Gem. So thank you all for showing up. I'm really happy you guys all stayed here. This was a very, very fun. So bye bye.